Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Hold on, let me fix this thing back up. There we go. Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. We're running a little bit late today. Probably part of that is my problem because I've had 24 hours for your 8SS. Crazy stuff going on in my neck of the woods weather-wise, man, but we'll get into that. I'll try to save those thoughts until we get into doomsday survival because it kind of falls into that category. But yeah, rough 24 hours, man. But yeah, man, you guys hope you guys been keeping up with what's going on in the free agent market, man, because we got a lot to talk about tonight, man. Matter of fact, I was just in the back in the studio talking to Trips about some concerns he had, and I'll be glad to speak to him once we get to that part of the show. When we get to that segment, it's a lot of Bear stuff to cover here, man. I do think some other things might be in play that I'll hold my tongue for now, and when we get there, we'll get to that, man. But we got plenty of stuff to talk about. The crazy story in the show today is going to be the Battle of LA. It's a story from 1942. It's real stuff. This ain't no speculation. This is real deal Holyfield events that took place in 1942 that I don't know that many people that know about it, but we're going to get into that, man. It's extraterrestrial stuff involved in it, man, and real story. So I would encourage you guys when we get to that part of the show, pull up your Google AI, your Chat GPT, and put the words in there and see what it comes up with, man. But there's some stories to that. There's documented memos to the president and all kinds of good old stuff in there. But we'll get to that. We got, of course, your doomsday preppers. We got movies we're going to review. And it's a bunch of stuff. We're going to get into the food and drinks probably first more than anything. But let me stop talking for a second and pass it on to my guy, the Triple R is in the building, man. We waiting on kids to pop in the scene. He's there. Just an empty seat. So pass it on to Triple R with a bounce pass, see what he does.
Hey, what up? I get a bounce pass. I'm gonna take it between the legs and then do an up fake and then come back and go, yeah.
Okay. Just finish it with a dunk.
That's what is. That's the dunk. So what up to everybody? Happy new NFL year, as you know, the league year officially starts, free agency officially starts, not the tampering period, but when everything becomes official. And it's like there are familiar faces that have departed and new faces that are going to be entering Hallis Hall, and we're going to talk about all of those and some questions that some may have for the front office and how they're approaching certain position groups and such. But yeah, that's a teaser. That's what that's called in the industry. But so sit back, settle in. Then we got all of the extra sauce, if you will. Kids he's seeing a man about a horse or something. But he'll be right back directly. So Nomad, go ahead.
Hey, you know what? He's probably got a shaker and some ice going on, trying to mix him up a concoction or something more than anything else. But I got my eyes on. I'm looking at the latest movement. Just some real quick NFL news. I'll tell you one thing: the Commanders are moving and making some good deals going on. They just signed Charles Omenihu, plus a bevy of other guys that they signed. They made some good. They spent some money.
Yeah, they got that Cross. I was interested in him.
Yeah,
the safety.
Yeah.
Strong
Cross
safety.
Man, he was the best safety coming out in his class, and I'll stand by that. But shout out to Sierra Collins, Benjamin Williams, Paul Rodriguez just busted up in this piece. What up, man? All right, so yeah, like I said, the Commanders are doing well. Another little nugget that just popped up just probably about an hour ago, man. So there's a Kyler Murray market out there, and it's a good chance he might be in the NFC North this season, man, because he's visiting the Vikings on Thursday.
Oh, cool. Because the new Call of Duty's coming out soon too. I'm sure he's looking forward to that as well.
Hey, you know what, man? One thing I tell you, man, I keep telling y'all, man. One thing about that whatever the coach's name is, and Kevin O'Connell, whatever his name is, that guy does yeoman's work with quarterbacks. That's all I'm gonna say. So whatever people might have thought about Kyler Murray, if he ends up in Minnesota, man, he's batting 1,000 with rehab quarterbacks. I'm just gonna say that. One of them just went to the Super Bowl and won it. So
yeah, well, I would say that we got something to say about that being in the same division and such. But Kyler Murray, he's an athletic, elusive, quarterback, and it was like, well, our D line gonna get after him, but it's like, will it? But once again, foreshadowing, or is it foreplay? No, it's foreshadowing. I was right.
One of the downsides of playing man-to-man coverage trips,
getting burned on quick beating on the routes or off the line.
Nah, that's like the easy stuff. The hard thing is when you got a quarterback that can move, because everybody's taken care of, everybody's covered up, tacked up, and now you got a quarterback that can wiggle away from a linebacker or a defensive lineman or edge rush, whatever it is. That's typically usually the Achilles heel to man-based schemes, a mobile quarterback, because you got to take one guy out of the scheme and have him be assigned to the quarterback. And if he just that defender just loses a little bit of leverage with a quick scatty guy like him, he can do damage, bro. That's one of the problems with man coverage with a guy like him.
Well, that's what Dennis Allen is getting paid the big bucks for, and that's what his scheme's gonna have to account for, those statues in the pocket from the kiddies to possibly the elusiveness of a Murray, twice a year.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's get with some pleasantries, man, so we can get this show going, man. We got a lot of stuff to cover here tonight, a lot of ground to cover. And how's your life been, man? How's your health? How your family? How you doing, bro?
Yeah, good. Everything's chill. Planning and looking forward to a little family I guess a holiday gathering is what is it, Easter coming up?
Yeah.
So have a little den. You know what I mean? Ain't doing no egg hunting or nothing like that. Way too old for that shit. But just kicking it with the family and stuff like that. Looking forward to it. But other than that, everything's everything. Now you said you had some weather events. Now they had some stuff come through here, but I really didn't pay much attention. And I thought it might have rained a little bit, but I saw like tornadoes and such touchdown in different parts of the area and stuff. So, anybody out there dealing with that, hope y'all all right,
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute, man. But back to the Easter thing, man. When I think of Easter, man, I'm thinking about certain foods. And what comes to my mind is ham and macaroni and cheese. Is that part of your Easter?
Well, ham, we're gonna do a similar to a honey baked ham and potato salad, some asparagus, a few dinner rolls, and then it might do a mac and cheese.
That sounds,
but definitely the potato salad, the spiral glazed ham, and asparagus.
I know one thing, bro. I got this new Samsung TV, and boy, do we look good on it. I know that, man. We look good on here, man. The picture is crystal clean with no caffeine. Beautiful, bro.
Hey now.
But yeah, what's been going on with me this week? A bunch, man. So Where do I start, bro? Start off with the week, man. The car. I got an older vehicle, man. So one thing about older vehicles, man, you get them, they drive well and they dependable. But when they older, it get to a certain age where you got to start changing out parts, right? And like
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of the stuff that's been in there since the car was made, you got to start changing out little things, whether it be a spark plug, whether it be a sensor, this, whatever it is, always something with an older car. But you don't mind that because you're avoiding a payment every month. So that's the point. But it's starting to get to a point where it's just like, golly, man. And so anyway, the car breaks down on her again, and we're in the middle of trying to figure out something. And I mean, we got sensors on the car and everything. We're getting some details about what's going on, and they starting to dial it in. And all of a sudden, the weather starts to change. Let me see. Shout out to True Pilgrim, Cloud Chasers,
What up? What up?
Marcus Jones. Shout out to everybody that just busted up in here. Of course, Paul, Cornell Bryant, Darnell Berry, Sports Highlights, and everybody, man. Thank y'all for being here as we get going, man. But anyway, we're in the middle of that. Ended up letting my truck go to a family member, a family friend, man, and all that was going on. Transaction. I ain't really charged him nothing, but that was going on. And then all of a sudden, a couple days later, here come this weather. And man, when I tell you down here, I'm not used to tornadoes. You know, I don't know if I ever known of a tornado to hit in my area in my lifetime. And all of a sudden, here comes this EF3, EF4 with all this big softball size hail. Cars already broke down, so we getting beat up with softball size. And I'm watching big chunks of ice coming out the sky. It's hitting the house, it's hitting the windows, and I'm back and forth, checking to make sure ain't no windows busted out in the house. I'm all over the place. My cat's starting to get nervous. I'm trying to calm her down. And man, dude, this shit went on for like 4 instances of it, Trip. It was like it went on hard for like 15 minutes, then chill for like 5, 7, maybe 10 minutes, and come down hard. And every time after that, the hail was getting bigger and bigger. And so I'm like, golly. So it's going crazy. And it finally stops. And I'm like, holy shit, man. I'm checking around the house again. There's limbs and all kinds of shit going on. And I'm hearing about tornadoes not too far south from me. And I'm like, damn, man. My phone started ringing. The good thing about it, Trip, is I lost no power. Most of the other people around me lost power. I lost no internet, lost none of that. But I'm checking around the house and making sure ain't no windows busted. We good there, man. But it's a lot of damage, man. And then, you know, I get on the phone. My mom, make sure she good. My grandma good. And my other family members good. Finally make a trek out the house, and everybody on the block, Trip. And I say everybody on the block, all they shit busted up. All up. All up and down the block. I mean, some of them had, you know, shattered windshields, but not broken. And then other ones had all their windshields busted out. I mean, all the windshields, back window, side windows, everything busted out, all up and down the block. It's limbs everywhere. It's crazy out here. And so everybody's scrambling around. And, you know, I'll get to the second half of that story and when we get to Doomsday Survival, but I'm thinking we got out clean. And so my car is parked a little bit down the street, a little bit down the curb. And I'm just looking at it front facing and I'm not seeing no damage. I'm looking, that much problem. It's got dark time now, right? And so I'm out there with a headlamp on. Everybody's looking at me like I'm from outer space or something. Like, Mama, you ain't got no headlamp? What's wrong with y'all? Anyway, so I get back there. I go back in the house. I go back out there just to double check everything, trying to help people out. And I go back there and my whole back window is busted out.
Oh, damn.
The whole damn thing gone. I'm like, holy shit. It's already one thing. The damn thing ain't running right now. Now the damn window busted out of it. Man, it's just crazy. Anyway, it's been hell, man. So the last 24 hours pretty much, man. I've been, not only trying to get my stuff together over here, been trying to help other people, up and down the block, people calling and just trying to be of assistance, man. I prep, man, so I have shit. You know what I mean? So, but most people around me do not. Not only that, it's elderly people on the block. And so I'm doing everything I can do to try to, assist the best way I can. But it's crazy out there.
Yeah, I bet, because as they say, Father Time is undefeated, and Mother Nature can be a very vicious and vengeful biatch. So, when she decides to do her thing, all you can do is hunker down and hope the damage ain't too bad, and then rebuild. Ain't that right, kids?
Yeah. Sounds like you guys are having weather issues out there in Chicago.
Yeah, Mother Nature came through and was like, "What up, fools?"
Well, I guess it's just par for the course over here too. So we have an ice storm going on, and that's always fun. Yeah. So like, just don't go outside at all, and you'll be fine.
It was that false spring. Gave us a little hope. Put on the short pants for a couple of days, and then now Nomad got golf ball, or bigger than golf ball, grapefruit size hail. Ice storms in Canada. I still feel a little chill. Got my hoodie up, and it's like, damn it. But pretty soon, y'all. The skies will open up. Be springtime unless Mother Nature has other ideas.
Hey, you know what, man? I don't think people would know what it's like to have your home, while you're inside your home, being pounded by something that heavy. Like, imagine 1,000.
Oh, we get them over here all the time.
Like
hailstorms like that, and I'm talking like size of your fist. Yeah,
no, these are bigger. These are
bigger than your fist.
Grapefruit. Grapefruits are bigger than your fist.
Grapefruit.
Oh, damn.
It was some huge. I should have took a picture of that shit, man. But it was so crazy. I wasn't thinking on my feet, and I was just like, man, nobody's gonna believe what's in my yard, man. You should see. I mean, it was like boom, 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 boom. Like you getting bombed or something. I was like, God damn. My cat's a cool customer, but she was looking around like, what in the fuck is going on? And the wind starting to pick up, and I didn't realize that not just south of here. Like, when I say south, we talking about a few miles, just south of here. It's getting tore the F up by EF3, EF4. And so we just barely missed that, like barely. But we got the remnants of it with the wind and the hail just tore up everybody's stuff. This area is being declared a natural disaster area and shit, man. It's crazy out here. It was just ambulances. It's been ambulances around the clock. As a matter of fact, right now is the most quiet time in the last 24 hours, right now as we speak. It's been nuts, man.
Well, sounds about right. Like I say, I remember going outside on Monday going, damn, it's springtime. You know what I mean? All my snow's melted. There's no ice. All the ice is gone. This is beautiful. And then I looked outside this morning for about 2 seconds. Like, nope, I'm not even gonna pay any attention to this. I just gotta go. And I went right to my office and got down to work, man. Got to business, because whatever's going on outside, I cannot control. You know what I'm saying? So no worries there. Left it alone. But apparently it's just gotten worse. Wife just came in a minute ago, and she was like, I just heard somebody's wheels squealing and a crash. And I said, F this, and went back inside. And that was her little story. And I was like, man, okay. Yeah, it's one of those days, man. Good. I don't have anywhere to go.
The worst thing in the world is being around people like there's a nice little handful of moms over here, single moms over here with multiple children.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And so, those ain't the most prepared people in the world when it comes to stuff like that. And she's got all her windows busted out in her car, every one of them, like several of them up and down the block. And you don't want to they just sitting there they don't know what the F to do. Some of them ain't got no insurance. Some of them, this is like the last thing in the world they need. because you're a single mom out here trying to live, and it ain't good, man. You strapped for cash as it is, and you at wit's end because you got multiple children you got to worry about all the time.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing you need, man. So now I'm like, hey, what can I help you with? You need something to cover up your windows. Okay. And so I'm out here trying to help people with the windows, giving them plastic, trying to tape stuff up because that's what you got to do. But the tape ain't really being an adhesive right now. The duck ain't really all that good when everything is wet. Right? So now we got to figure out other things. Now I got to play and Jimmy rig stuff. So it was a long night, bruh. And it's been a long day today because I was still out there helping people, man. But I was able to manage to get in here and try to get this thing together for the show. But man, dude, I feel bad for a single mom in a situation like that. What you gonna do? Just leave her out there to dry? Gotta help her.
Well, you help her as much as you can. And then it's like, you can't fix all the situations. You can't help them all, but you can do what you can as long as you can until, your time or resources run out.
And I'm just, you be out there long enough. You got to realize too, man, once that happens, everybody's looking out for their own well-being, checking on their family members. And it was some women out there for a while just trying to do it all by themselves. I was just like, man, come on. I had to rally some of the dudes around the neighborhood, man. Come on, man, find some stuff to help them out, man. Let's try to get this right, man. Don't just stand there and let her do it by herself. Help her out. And they see me in action, then they jumping in. Next thing you know, things start to get done. People finding stuff to rig things up. And it's not that much rigging you can do with busted windows, but there's things you can do. Like I just went to the basement and got a bunch of Amazon boxes, taped them together, and off I went. And I had to actually tack some holes into some people's stuff, into the body of their vehicle because the tape wasn't working. I had to take some other measures to it, man. I'm just like, you all right with me putting a hole in this thing? Because really the tape ain't gonna help you here. And I only had so much tarp, so it was crazy, man. Crazy.
So when was this? Last night?
It's been going on for 24 hours, brother.
Oh, geez. Okay. Crazy. Yeah, ice storms are quiet, man. The downside is, things can't handle ice. So shit just starts to break. Like last ice storm, I remember just standing outside and going, you know what? Like this is kind of like, it's kind of, it's kind of pretty. You know what I mean? Everything's shiny and icy. It's a little bit different. And then I watched like a tree split in half and just fall on my neighbor's shit. You know what I mean? It was crazy. Just destroyed their car and parts of the front, the front porch. I was like, wow. And like the craziest part about it is like there was a dude walking down the sidewalk and he's just minding his own business and he hears crack and he goes, oh, and like where he was standing, the tree, I don't know how he's alive. I just have to say it like that because the tree just sort of came down and just like the branches just missed him. The tree kind of just fell beside him, hit the car and hit the front porch, and he just kept on walking unscathed. It just missed him. And as I'm watching, I was like, oh, like what happened to that dude? Like, is he, did he make it? And he's just, slowly skipping up the street. And I was like, wow, man, nature's a thing. But yeah, welcome to Canada in that respect. It looks like you guys have just as much fun with the weather out where you're at. So
that's
what it is.
That's the good thing about it, kids, is nobody had to bust out the chainsaws. I didn't hear no chainsaws in the area. That happened just south of here where all the major damage is at. But man, it's enough damage up this way to be like people are immobile right now and kids ain't in school. It's just crazy. So yes, it's a lot of cleanup to do. It's going to be like this for a little bit, man, until get enough people on the scene to help out. But boy, you got to be helpful. Try to be your best to be neighborly during times like this. That's the best thing I can say. If you can help. When you can't, you can't. You just do what you can. But there's nowhere in the world, you should be as a human watching another human go through some things that you can possibly help out with. Nowhere in the world.
Well, or you could be my asshole neighbor. Anyways, that's a whole other story. Leave that shit alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me some stuff about that guy. Maybe if you don't wipe diapers on people's cars, you're gonna have these problems, man.
Hey, I don't do that to my neighbors, mind you, but I will do it to random French women who tried to run over my children. What can you do?
All right, man. I'll tell you what, man. Just so we can keep this thing moving and grooving. How about this, man? We're gonna do a little drinking right quick, man. And I got a feeling you might like a couple of these kids.
What do you got going on here today? Okay, yeah, I do this for sure, man. I like me some grapefruit juice. Grapefruit ginger paloma. Look at this. Ingredients: lime juice, white rum, pink grapefruit juice, ginger beer, Tom Collins, and an ice shaker. I assume that one on the right is pink and the one on the left is probably just regular, like yellow grapefruit juice. Is that a good call?
Probably.
Yeah. I'll drink this for sure. This reminds me of something that I might have brought up at least once on this show, and that's Ting. Any of y'all know about Ting?
What Ting?
You say poontang?
No, I didn't say poontang. Of course, that's where your head is.
Just get in the neighborhood.
Get your head out of her drawers, Trip. No, man.
What you mean,
Ting, man? Y'all don't know about Ting, man? Damn.
No, but is Ting tart? Because this looks tart.
No, I've heard of it. I've heard of Ting. I just don't know what it was. It's been a long time.
Okay, I can't share. So Ting it's a Caribbean drink. World famous Caribbean drink, man. So it's not orange, it's actually a grapefruit juice drink. That's what Ting is.
Okay, Tang. I'm familiar with Tang.
So Tang is orange, Ting is grapefruit.
Okay, Tang went with the astronauts, so they say.
That and that freeze-dried ice cream. I don't know if you've ever had that. Ever get that?
The freeze-dried ice cream?
Yeah. For the
Was that like generic?
No, it's like an astronaut thing. I remember, like, when I was a kid, there's a museum here in town of science and technology, and there's like a big exhibit for the space mission, and that's what they have. They have like packets of Tang. They give you a packet of Tang when you go through, and they also give you freeze-dried ice cream, which is
ice cream.
Yeah, which is like the most average thing you could possibly have, but it's just
wait a minute.
You know what I mean? It's vanilla. Go ahead.
Freeze-dried ice cream. How does that work?
Yeah. That's the answer I give you. So it's like, oh man, I don't know. It's like hard ice cream. So it's like a hard vanilla stuff that it's vanilla and chocolate that just melts in your mouth. You're like put in your mouth, it kind of melts, but it's hard as opposed to being like wet ice cream. It's weird.
So it ain't ice cream.
Well, like it is. Let me rephrase. It was ice cream at some point, and then somebody freeze dried it, and now it's just.
It's not ice.
So it's ice cream the same way Tang is orange juice.
That's a real good rendition there. That makes a lot of sense.
That's ridiculous.
That's about
yeah.
What
But
it
this
is.
Grapefruit ginger paloma looks tart and
good.
And it's like, it kind of looks like it burns all the way down.
It wouldn't burn. I'm surprised there's no.
That's the last thing you would drink. You would think drinking this.
Oh, ginger beer. I must have missed the ginger beer just mentally. So that's exactly what it is. This is real close to a Ting with a little bit of booze in it. I'm gonna have to drink this one for sure. Because
Hey, kids, did you know that there was a spicy ginger beer?
Well, yeah. Like the ginger beer I get is the ginger beer I get you can get in like regular or spicy, and the spicy got some like it's got a little bit of kick. It like tickles your nose. It's weird. I wouldn't call it like hot, but it's kind of got a weird spice to it.
Nod, shout out to Nod. He says, "Truth be told, NASA astronauts drink." He would know. NASA astronauts drink Florida orange juice, not Tang.
Have you met NASA Orange astronauts? I know he's out in Florida. I'm just checking.
He works at a space station, man.
Oh, does he really? Damn, Notch. Shoot.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so, like, was the moon landing real, Notch? Do you know?
Yeah.
Anyways,
you know what? You know what? I'm starting to
master.
You know, I do like to mix up my some of the drinking profiles that I like. You know, I like to have fun, especially in the spring and summertime. I like to experiment with some different stuff, man. And I'm really starting to find stuff with ginger beer in it. And I really gotta up my game there, man, because I just never really saw ginger beer as a mixture to a cocktail. And I just want to see what that's like.
It's good in cocktails. I have to admit, it's actually good in cocktails. Like, it took me, again, my family's from Jamaica. I've been drinking ginger beer my entire life. I haven't found an appreciation for it up until 5 years ago when somebody put some booze in it. So that was about it, right? Like that was what it took to get me on some ginger beer. It was Geneva, which is gin out of Amsterdam, some lemon juice, and some ginger beer, and it was dope. I like it.
Shout out to Nod. It's so good to see you back in here, man. And I know you've been through a whole damn bunch, man. And hopefully your spirits is getting back to somewhat normal. That's the best thing I can say. And I love you, man. We love you. Just want to put that out there, man. He's been through some stuff, man, recently.
Yeah, man. Rough world out there, man. I'm glad you're doing the thing out there. Oh, you know, since we're talking about similar things, shout out to a friend of mine who passed away, Caesar. I'll tell y'all a story about Caesar. Caesar passed away 2 days ago. I just heard stage 4 cancer, terrible situation. Unfortunately, haven't seen this guy in years, man. But I'll never forget. So this guy, he's Latino, and we met because we're sort of running in the same group of friends. And he wound up going to the school that I just left. So like the old buddies I had in my old school, Caesar sort of came in and sort of filled the void when I switched schools and basically made a whole new set of friends and stuff. But we would bump into each other all the time. And he was like a third Dan Taekwondo master. This guy's a dangerous man when it comes down to it. But super cool.
Black Caesar.
No, he's white. He's Latino. He's a Latino guy. I wish he was Black Caesar, but he's just regular ass Caesar. You know, brown Caesar, I guess is what you call. Anyhow, so we're going to this bar on the French side of, like, over on the Quebec side, which is about a half hour away from where I'm at. And I go to the bar with a whole other set of friends. And I don't know, to make a long story short, I wound up in this full on brawl in the alleyway outside of this bar. Fighting, like things are, it's insanity out there. There's a whole football team for a school fighting my friends, and I'm fighting. It's wild. And all I know at one point is there gotta be 4 or 5 guys on me, man. And I'm basically pinned up in this corner fighting. And this guy kind of charges me. You know, I'm now up against this. I'm up against a dumpster, and he's kind of got my lower half, so I can't kick. So it's just punches, and I'm swinging, and like I'm about to get overwhelmed. Things are crazy, and I just see bodies dropping, heads flying. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Like, whatever that is, and it's coming towards me, I'm cooked because I can't get out of this spot. And all I know is it's Caesar, man. Caesar takes out, like, gotta be 6, 7 dudes, comes over, grabs me, and is like, dude, come with me if you want to live. And he does Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll never forget. I couldn't stop laughing because he got, you know what I mean? He's got a little accent and all that. I was like, dude, you saved my life, man. And I'll never forget it. So big ups to Caesar. This story is much longer and it's actually much better, but we got a show to do. Big ups to Caesar. I just want to give you a little bit of props, man. Rest in peace, my brother. And shout outs to you and your family, man.
You see Naj talking to you?
What's he saying?
It's right there.
Did the hand sob show? Oh, man, I don't. Yeah. All I know is we live to tell the tale, man. We live to tell the tale. Bruh, yeah, this is a much longer story, and it gets way better. But we got other drinks to drink.
A shout out to Caesar and his people and fuck cancer.
Yeah.
For sure.
Big C deserves a big F, man. Right there.
All right, y'all ready for the next drink?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this one looks real good. Real good.
Dark and stormy.
Dark and
Let's see, ingredients: lime, dark rum,
ginger beer,
lime juice, ginger beer, spicy, ice, what is that, kid?
Angostura bitter.
Angostura bitter in a shaker. I don't know what an Angostura bitter is, and I know I don't like spicy ginger beer. Ginger beer is like, ugh. But I like the little the borderline, between the wrong side of the tracks. The right side of the tracks is at the bottom, wrong side at the top. You know what I'm saying? With the little lime in there. I like that visualization.
Let me ask you a question though, Trips. Can you dig a Bloody Mary?
Eh.
Can you handle it?
I mean, I can, I guess, at brunch.
What about a spicy one?
No.
The little Tabasco in it.
A little.
I imagine that's probably about the relevance that spicy ginger beer is going to bring to the table. Well, I'll let Kez tell that story.
What does the bitter stuff taste like?
It's just a mix.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I think that's where the dark color comes from.
Yeah, but I'm looking up what that taste is right now. It's it might be orange.
Wait, hold on. Levante got a definition up there for us.
Highly concentrated botanical infused alcoholic flavoring essential for classic cocktails like the old-fashioned, Manhattan, and pink gin. Well done, Levante, man. Appreciate that, bro.
I'm just, hey, Paul, I'm just trying to get people to step their game up a little bit, man. And thank you for that too, Levante, man. That was great. But yeah, it's I only know about a couple of these things because I just had to go deal with the ritzy ditzy side of the world when I was selling temporary agency jobs to people. You know what I mean? That's the only reason I would know about it, because I got into some high-end places eating filet mignon and people order shit like this, and I've had a couple of drinks here and there with some of this stuff in it. Yeah, man, but this is not complicated whatsoever. Not complicated whatsoever. And take Levante's take on this, man. It's a great mixer, man. It tastes really, really good.
What makes it like two-tone? It's like white, and it almost looks like
it's just when they decided to put the Angostura in there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, I see the words. Bitters are highly concentrated, botanically infused flavor. I don't know what none of that shit means.
So you got like look at you've heard. Hey, Trip. So you've heard of the last.
I'm sorry.
2 of the last 3 I know for sure. An old fashioned. You've heard of a Manhattan, right?
Well, I mean, but like a highly botanically infused. That mean like they ran it through the garden. It's like botanical gardens.
It's real talk, Trip. Like I feel exactly the same because I'm looking at other descriptions of this, and it's all word salad, bro. Based on gentian herbs and spices. Like, what the fuck is that?
Hey, dog, it tastes so unique. Like the first time I had it.
Is it sweet? Is it sour? Is it bitter?
I had it in a whiskey on ice. Somebody was trying to show me, some of these different things that they use to mix in Atlanta, Midtown, and it's got a unique taste to it, but it's good, really good. So I should probably keep some of this around.
I'm laughing here because that's like exactly what they say. It may be an acquired taste. It can't describe it, and that's all I'm looking for. I'm just looking for them to say like it kind of tastes like this.
No, yeah,
that would be too easy.
The best thing I can tell you, it might taste like it's almost like a banana mango. It doesn't taste like fruity. No. It doesn't taste fruity. It's like I tasted some breadfruit one time in Jamaica.
Breadfruit is not like a fruit.
No, it ain't. I know, but I'm just trying to give you some good semblance of what this shit tastes like.
So it's fruit, but it's not like a fruit.
It is. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So it's
Well,
not the
looking
citrusy,
at
it's not the citrusy fruit.
Well, but looking at the lime, the dark rum, the lime juice, and the ginger beer, I mean, that just kind of tastes tart, right? And so the bitter would have to be the balance, the counterbalance.
Well, if you got lime and lime juice in it, just imagine what they use. So a lime juice or limes, period, they always use those to cut some kind of sweet that's going on.
The scrolls, man. I'm botanically infused with some indica right now.
Now, calm down, Red Baron. He gonna go sleep.
Whenever you see limes mixed into a drink, it's usually to cut some kind of sweet that's going on. So whatever it is, if you see a lime on there, they're using that. You squeeze that in there to cut the sweet.
I'm to cut the sweet.
Yeah, and give it a little tang instead of sugary.
Yeah, I've seen.
It must be an orange bitters. I think.
Well, I've seen the dark and tan, beers, where it's dark and tan on,
Oh yeah.
Different.
And just for the record, there's all kinds of bitters out there.
Yeah, there is. You can get it all like any kind of way, sort of.
All kinds of bitters.
Yeah, this one's a little bit different, but I think as I'm going through its Wikipedia, because this is the only way I can get a viable answer. They say like there's different types of this one, but usually orange. So whatever, man. Dark and stormy, y'all.
I tasted the orange one in a Long Island iced tea.
Okay.
Tasted that.
Those are good drinks.
And it had a nice little lemon wedge in it, and one on the side of the glass like it's supposed to. Nice little wedge in there, and then an extra one in case you need it. To cut. That's whenever you see drinks like this, that's just the cut. Whatever they got going on in there. And so people complain about, oh, it's a little sweet. That's why they put the goddamn wedge on there, fool.
Crazy. Okay.
Dark and stormy looks delicious to me. It's like a good spring, summertime. Almost reminds me of a Long Island iced tea.
Well, I'll take those LIs anytime, man. We're good. After 3 of those, it's a good night.
Delicious looking ingredients: lime, dark rum, lime juice, ginger beer, spicy. I gotta get this going, man. I gotta try this stuff.
You never had the spicy ginger beer yet?
Oh, no, sir. That's why I asked you.
So I don't know, but take a look in your grocery store when you get the chance. Canada Dry, because I know they sell Canada Dry out by you. They sell ginger beer too. So I know they're world famous for ginger ale, but they also sell ginger beer. You just probably walk right past it when you're at the grocery store on a normal basis. So there's that brand. They don't do a spicy though. Spicy is by another brand, and I can't guarantee you have that out there. But it's from the Caribbean, so it's like an import. Might be in your grocery store too. I'll find the manufacturer and make a suggestion later on if you're trying to get into some ginger beer.
All right. So let's get to some food. I'm hungry now, man, because that's usually the way my body works. I drink and then I eat. But this thing is gonna, like, I've done this one time in my life, but I need to do it more.
Oh yeah, the barbecue beef ribs.
You've only done this once?
Only once.
Huh.
As in you made it for yourself. You haven't gone to the restaurant and ordered beef ribs?
Oh, I've had them out, but I'm talking about doing them at home. This is my way of doing it at home.
Okay. I don't think I've done beef ribs at the house, but here we go. Barbecue beef ribs ingredients: garlic powder, salt and pepper, mustard, onion powder, mesquite wood, vinegar, beer, cayenne, and paprika.
Pretty much all you need.
That's the mix. That's not so bad. I'll keep this jotted down.
Man, everybody should jot this down, man. Like, look, there's people out here that would go and buy a rub and not realizing how easy it is to make a rub. It's about what your what kind of flavor profile do you want in a rub? What do you want to stand out in a rub? Do you want something that tastes more apple, something that tastes peach? I got multiple of them in there.
Peach rub.
But the best rubs I have are the ones that I concoct on my own. And so I'm not really a sweet person. You know what I mean? So when it comes to food, I think there's one rub in there that me and my girlfriend agree with every time I use it. It's a peach rub. It's a peach rub that I use on ribs every now and again. That's just for her. I don't really like dry rub ribs, but I'll do it for her. I'll use that, and I'll tell you something else that can go kind of in place of mesquite wood if you can't get to it, but you're gonna have to probably order that too. That's pecan shells. Surprisingly good with beef. Really good. But you want to soak those bad boys in some kind of vinegar, water, something acidic. And by the time you throw those things on your hot coals, so it's just like the coals are already going. You just put the meat on. You slide it to the side, take that rack to the side, and throw those wet pecan shells onto that fire, and then slide that meat back over there and let it really absorb some of that flavor. Close that lid, your meat's gonna be different.
Because what the water does with the shells, it keeps them highly dampened, moisturized, so they smolder. And so as they dry out, that smoldering smoke is flavoring the meat of from those shells. So that subtle flavor, along with the other seasonings, is delicious. But now the difference between a beef rib and, let's say, a pork rib is the difference in the size between a cow and a pig. So the beef ribs are that much bigger, that much meatier. And it's something that you enjoy. Low and slow is the best way to go when you are cooking any kind of a meat like that. So, you get your rub, you get your wood, whatever flavor you want, and it says beer there. If you're not a beer person, you can use like an apple juice or anything acidic, non-alcoholic. So yeah, this is some good stuff right there. And then you want to have it flavored so that you don't need them smothered in ribs right off of the smoker. You want that barbecue sauce additional or add on if necessary.
I take that back, kids. I've done this twice.
Okay.
I've done it with my own. I've done it my own way, like you see here, and I've done it with the rub. Both times.
The rub?
Yeah, both times in Georgia. And my girlfriend was the only one that liked the rub. Everybody else liked how I do it. I'm gonna put beer on that shit. I'm gonna put all kind of stuff on there and let it cook slowly. Just keep basting it until you touch that thing, some stuff gonna start falling out.
Pause. You just pause that entire commentary. Anyways,
you just got a messed up mind, man.
I do. I've been holding my tongue here and kind of waiting for Triple R to ask if your girlfriend likes it when you rub the peach.
Well, I thought that was more of a Red Baron lane kind of thing.
Okay, sorry. It was like I was waiting for you to do it. I was like,
well, I was there. It was teed up. I saw it. It was like that's just very low hanging fruit.
The level of jumping cable just happened just right there. He just trying to fire some shit up, man. Putting jumping. Lee, that man is doing fine,
I'm
man.
just saying, you're sliding in the meat and you basting it. I'm like, damn, bro.
That man is having regular. Leave him alone when he's having regular human conversation.
I'm trying to mind my own goddamn business, kids.
That's what I'm trying to be human. Kids does this shit also.
And there's kids just, did you hear?
Oh.
Did you hear him, Trip? Did you hear him basting? Did you hear him, Trip?
I even gave you a lean in.
Did you hear him,
I
Trip?
gave you a lean
On
in
and
to
off
see.
screen, on and off screen, this guy will instigate some shit in a minute, man.
Did you hear him, Trip? She got a fresh pedicure.
Jazz. Let the man be human, man.
Oh God.
No,
Too
but
funny.
seriously though, man. Number one, why I don't like making beef ribs because it's too time consuming. I'm hands on, just like I don't like making brisket. There's too much. I'm not the person that's going to sit in a smoker for 8 hours and just I'm gonna keep flavoring that thing. I don't want it to just taste like smoke and whatever season I caked on top of that damn thing. That's just the way people tell you it's supposed to be because you see it on TV all the time. There's multiple ways to do this.
Man, I got now one restaurant in town. Shout out Local Heroes, man, where I could go get a beef rib plate with fries, and they do not charge me. And I have to live. I leave like $100 tip just because I'm a good person. You know what I mean? But I go in there and it's Matt's here, Ked's here, boom, plate of ribs, French fries, away you go, man. It's crazy. But yeah, shout out to the Local Heroes, man. Dope ass spot right here in Canada.
When was the last time you had either one of y'all had beef ribs?
It's been a couple years, man. To be honest with you, been a couple years.
I don't know too many people that go out looking for it.
I used to love beef ribs because, well, I say that because I was completely off pork for a long time. So get some ribs in your life somehow, and this is the way to do it. But we eating pork now, so whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. My son lives out in Wyoming now. I'm gonna go out there and try me some of them bison ribs.
Oh,
I've had those.
You've had bison ribs?
I've had some bison, yeah. I had bison.
I had a bison burger, but never bison ribs.
I had a freaking butcher, man. He was probably a year and a half into a business out in Alpharetta. I met him through some business stuff, and we got to be real cool, man. And I tasted bison, I tasted elk. What else did I taste out there? I think
kangaroo,
goddamn on reindeer, man.
Okay, all right. I've had weird meats like that. I've had I've had kangaroo, bison, elk, and deer. There's a little spot right by my old apartment, and it was just a burger joint, man, burgers and fries. But they had a burger of like any kind of meat you could think of, and those are the main ones that I tested out over there. Kangaroo is kind of gross though. It's not. I would not recommend it.
That guy gets up on two legs. If it gets up on 2 legs, I ain't eating it.
Well, it might get up on 2 and kick you with one of them.
I ain't messing with that. I tell you, out of all I just named, the less gamey of them all, and the closest you'll get to eating something that tastes like you normally eat is the bison.
Yeah, I agree. The bison was real good, man.
Cool.
It's less gamey. It's even less gamey than deer to me.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Tatonka.
Yeah, the deer was a little bit more gamey. Kangaroo was the worst, but the bison was a good burger, man. I gotta say, turkey ribs.
There's barely anything on turkey ribs.
Yeah, I never done turkey ribs either.
Turkey tips. I know what them are. Some people.
I've had some turkey tips though. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hey, no,
they weren't that great.
Cause on 2 legs, I ain't tasting it. I'm just telling you.
Oh, damn, Red Baron. Damn.
I ain't even gonna repeat that one.
I don't do no tasting below the waist, man. None. But hey, man, look. One more thing to get to, man. This is nuts on social media right now, especially on TikTok. I think you might have a good time with this one, Trips, because I'm gonna have a good time making it.
Dirty spaghetti. Garlic powder, salt, pepper, mustard powder, onion, Worcestershire, ground beef, bell pepper, cayenne, paprika, spaghetti, Cavender's cornstarch, and beef broth.
So the Cavenders is a seasoning. That's something that you all write that name down. Cavenders. Put that in your seasoning profile cabinet. That you can use on a lot of everything, but definitely in a dish like this. It's a Greek seasoning profile.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like Greek seasonings or Greek seasonings on your food, you're gonna love Cavenders.
I was hooking up with Chef Trips earlier because we were talking about doing a video for the departing players and the new free agent signings for the Bears, and he was telling me that he had a couple episodes in the can in line to be edited, and one of which is something called cowboy spaghetti, and it has a lot of different ingredients, much like this. So dirty spaghetti, cowboy spaghetti, or I don't know what the differences are, but something very similar is came out of the kitchen of Shea Trips.
I know a country boy that made some cowboy spaghetti. He put barbecue sauce in that shit.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's the one cowboy spaghetti I ate, but this is different. This is totally different, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's because you won't see red sauce in here. You don't see the red sauce. What makes the sauce is the seasonings, the Worcestershire, and the beef broth. Those two profiles right there, and the cornstarch starts to bring it together as a binder. Now, so I've seen dirty spaghetti made with cheese on it, which I'm good with. That looks good. I've seen it baked with cheese on it, look really good. But this is just a regular schmegular dirty spaghetti. Now you can cheat this whole ingredients profile and just go get you a couple things of dirty rice and take the flavor packets out of it and just cheat the game and do all the other stuff. And that'll work just fine. But how you make that seasoning profile is what I just put here on the screen. Don't leave out the Cavenders, the cayenne, and the key to it is Worcestershire and beef broth, and the peppers and onions, of course.
This looks like what I would be cooking at 20 years old at my apartment. Just whatever I got some leftover spaghetti and a bunch of stuff in the fridge. One package of beef, a couple of carrots. Here we go. You know what I mean? This is what this looked like to me.
Let me ask you a question, Kaz. You're not in the United States, so I don't know if y'all get all the products we get down here. But you ever had dirty rice?
No.
Okay, if you had dirty rice before, you would have knew better to make that statement.
Okay.
Because if you ain't had dirty rice before and you don't know that flavor profile in that dirty rice, then if you had it before, you know exactly what this spaghetti is going to taste like.
It's just think Bayou.
Okay.
Louisiana.
Cayenne, paprika.
The Creole people are more. They probably have more in common with a Jamaican person as far as the flavor profiles go than anything else in the country. So they really season their stuff up, and they love spice. They love spice down there. You got to watch it down there because you fucking around and get a hold of something that don't go so well with your stomach, and not because it's bad food, but it's just a little too spicy.
Yeah, you might not be used to that level of spice. Not like I say, I've had a fair amount of Louisiana flavored stuff, but not this particular dish.
You do me a favor, you guys, and we're about to get to it, Slimbo Boogie. You're right on time. We're about to hop right on the bear stuff right after this. But go to TikTok if you got TikTok. If you don't want to, go to YouTube, wherever you go, look at social media. But go on there and see people making dirty spaghetti. And I'm telling you, there's very, I don't know, man. Like I can see something and I know it tastes good. I don't know about y'all.
All right. It tastes good, but now here's the difference. Cajun is rustic country food from rural French Acadian settlers in Southwest Louisiana, emphasizing one-pot meals, dark roux, and intense spices. Creole is refined as city food, originating from New Orleans, blending French, Spanish, African, and Caribbean influences, typically featuring tomatoes, butter, and herbs.
Fair.
That's the best way I can tell. Best thing I can tell you, man.
That's why
Creole.
we have some of that. We have some of that out here. So the Acadians are actually Canadians. All right. They're Quebecers who portaged with a canoe from Quebec clean up to New Orleans. And that's, Mississippi River, all that riverway right up to where, about 2 hours from where I'm at. That's how the Acadians got there. So there's just that French flavor that they bring, and the French flavor is generally not like Southern spicy. I think that's just America, right? But Creole is, and Creole is everything Tripp described plus Haitian, and some of the Haitian food is very spicy if you've had it. But yeah,
man, this is I know it's gonna be good when I make it. I know it's gonna be good. And I'm a red sauce kind of spaghetti kind of person, so I'm so used to and accustomed to that. It's hard for me to get away from that. But this I know is good because I watched a few females make this online, and I just know. Like you'll never see my peppers in there. You will barely see them. If you might see a little speck of green, you might see a little speck of orange and yellow. I mean, or red, all that. But I diced mine up so fine because of my childhood trauma. I could not stand peppers and onions when I was a little kid in my spaghetti. And so I diced them up really, really small. I mean, I say like really small, almost some of this shit's like paper thin. But I get enough of them in there to give them that give it that flavor profile that you're looking for. But I couldn't stand looking at them in my spaghetti. Could not. But man, I'm telling you, I know this is going to be good, and this is going to happen soon. Telling you, like soon, like in the next week or two.
I used to hate peppers and onions too, but now I think there's something wrong with you if you didn't add them both into whatever we're eating. Why is there not peppers and onions in here?
You know what I say to that, kids? Your palate ain't grown up yet. If you don't,
yeah, for sure, you still got that young man's tongue.
Yeah. But man, this is the last one, man, before we get into some Chicago Bear. Dirty spaghetti. Don't cheap out on none of these ingredients. The ingredients are garlic powder, of course, salt and pepper with everything, mustard powder, don't forget that, onion, Worcestershire, ground beef, bell pepper, and as a matter of fact, ground beef can be substituted with a mix of Italian sausage. You can do that. I do that on a regular basis when I make pastas and stuff like that. But make sure you get ground beef and or Italian sausage. Mild Italian or sweet Italian will work here. Bell pepper, cayenne, paprika, of course, spaghetti. Doesn't matter what noodle you make, but spaghetti is generally what most people like. Cavenders. What do you say, Tripp?
I want to say that Chef Tripp said he used ground beef, Italian sausage, and bacon.
Okay.
That'll work. That'll work big time. Now you're getting real rich putting that bacon in there now. I ain't gonna be mad at you for doing it. Now, that paprika spaghetti, Cavenders, y'all get y'all some of that, man. It's a Greek seasoning that I'm telling you, especially on poultry, whether it be chicken, turkey, whatever fowl or bird that you like, that thing is gonna jam on that. That Cavenders will jam. You will have it for the rest of your life. I'm telling you, that's how good the seasoning is. Cornstarch as a binder and the beef broth. That's kind of like your tomato sauce, but it's not. That cornstarch is going to bring it together like a tomato paste. It's going to be a beef paste, if that makes sense to y'all. So that's the flavor profile. It's the beef flavor.
Cool.
All right. Let's get up out of here, man, and get to some Chicago Bears. Let me pull this up. All right. So Trips, you want to start this off because you we'll get to some of the guys that we just picked up. We'll break them down here in a second.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well, all right. So yeah, I can start because not without specifically mentioning the guys we picked up. I just want to not something that I was looking for as far as what would be players that shook loose from other teams. You know what I mean? Because of salary cap or being position wise, and one of them was the kid from Dallas, the defensive lineman Osa. What's his last name? Nomad? Odigizua. Thank you. And he is a good player, young player, up and coming player, under contract for a few years, but he got squeezed out because of the defensive line situation in Dallas. They brought in Rashawn Gary and somebody else. So he was available for trade. All right, cool. It wasn't gonna cost like a 2 first-round picks or first-round picks and 20-30 million bucks. He was under contract for like another 2 years, 20 mil. And the rates that free agents and or contracts are signing in the NFL, that's kind of going rate. So when he went to San Francisco, who has a menacing defensive line as it is, and we have question marks and hopefuls and possibly up and comers. This was a guy who's coming in day one. He's probably going to be your defensive tackle one, and he's under contract for another few years. Deo and Grady Jarrett can be off the books next year, so it's a wash there. You could have sent Javon Dexter back with him or something, or with the to Dallas. But that was the kind of young player that I thought that Poles would go after to bolster the defensive line, because the replacements that he got depth-wise that we'll go into seem to be decent at all, but this guy was clearly your defensive tackle number one. And at going for a 3rd-round pick, which can be recouped since we already have the 1st round and 2 second-rounders, so you can make that up. So that just seemed to be a logical move that would bolster the defensive line, and it didn't happen. So I was kind of perturbed.
Well, Trips, I think you represent a lot of Bears fans right now, and I'm just going to say what I said behind the scenes, and this is why we do this show, is because some of the behind the scenes content that we actually produce, not on air, is funny and it's fun and it's worth talking about live. So that's why we do some extra sauce. But to your point about OC Odigizua, that's definitely a cat on the rise. Definitely a cat on the rise. He's more an interior tackle. He's more a 3-tech than an edge, but he can get out there and give you work on the edge, man. He's that dynamic, and he's just getting better and better. I've been watching him for a couple years, and I knew Flus wanted to get his hands on when he was at Dallas. But guess what? Flus just went to San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he do? Make one of his priorities to get one of the up-and-coming players off of that defensive line that he's been working with, OC Odigizua. And so let's just say the Bears could have been in that conversation to try to make a move on him. And if it's left to Odigizua as to where to go, humans are humans. They're going to probably go where they're more comfortable. He knows Flus. He knows what Flus asked for. He knows how to deliver what Flus asked for, as opposed to Chicago, which is an unknown here. Let's just say Chicago was in that market and trying to do that, and he had a choice. It came down to the Bears and the 49ers. If I was Odigizua, I'd go where Flus is.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wasn't a free agent. It was a trade. So that was up to Jerry Jones to where he wanted to send him.
Well, Jerry Jones has some extra draft capital. You know what I mean?
See what Scrolls is saying?
Got a little bit out of that Micah deal.
I think it's more that what Scrolls is saying than almost anything.
It might be. But there's also no reason why certain Mr. Poles can't do that, especially since the price is probably bottomed out. But back to Zua.
When you playing in defensive Scrolls, that might sound wild to you because Flus has been a loser everywhere he's gone except for Indianapolis. We're talking about just defensively. Him as a head coach, that ain't jiving with nobody. But him as a coordinator, I don't think it's been that great. But he's not the actual coordinator in Frisco. He's there as an assistant head coach and kind of helping with the defense. What I think it's Raheem Morris that took the job over there. And Raheem Morris he's been doing a 3-4. It's a completely different scheme that Flus runs. But Flus is there for some reason defensive line wise. That's kind of the reason why he's there. Maybe to bring in some talent to help.
Why would you bring in a guy who's like when did he have a successful defense?
Indianapolis, man.
Okay, all right. I have to
He didn't get that job for nothing.
We got to go a couple of years back, way back
in the way back machine.
You know what I mean?
When he was able to, now to give Flus some credit, this is a team when he was at Indianapolis, he drafted most of those pieces on that defense. Those pieces are still playing well in most places, wherever they are, whether they're still in Indianapolis or wherever they are. Here, whatever it was,
not so much.
Just hear me out. He knows how to identify talent. I'm not just because
I can't verify. You know what I mean? I cannot verify
because
this.
He was not a successful coach here. I'm not taking his chops away from him. The guy knows.
Well, Pickens, Dexter. Who else was on the defensive line during the Flus era?
Let's not do this.
I'm trying to tell the story, man.
Let's let him have this one, Trip.
I'm trying to tell the story. So if you don't, he went to San Fran. And just imagine if you're not the A1 guy with the defense, but you're just there to give some, you could be just there to help him arrange that defensive front and find some talent. Number one of the good things to hiring a guy like Flus is because you were targeting some of those guys in Dallas and you wanted to try to get them in a trade to bolster your defensive line. And that's a good reason to sign a man that knows that talent. So when he's at Dallas, just remember, he didn't draft those guys. He inherited that talent. And he's trying to put it together, and the defense stunk. Just being honest with you. It stunk. And so, but that defensive front did not.
I'm gonna give Flus the one benefit of the doubt that the only one he's gonna get from me is the fact that coming here, immediately they traded off the best defensive assets that we had on the front seven, and then he went to Dallas, and immediately Jerry Jones traded off the best assets he had on the front seven. So maybe it's got a little bit to do with that. I don't know.
Maybe you haven't been listening to me. Maybe you haven't been listening to me the whole time you've been around me. He traded off assets for a 3-4 front. That's what Vic ran.
No. I understand why Khalil Mack left it for all intents and purposes. It was 4-3. It was also very costly to keep him. I'm trying to give the man.
Well, but here's what
benefit of the doubt here, brother. You're
let me sum it up for you, kids. On both times when Flus got hired in Chicago, he said, "I am looking forward to working with Khalil Mack."
He did.
When he got hired in Dallas, "I am looking forward to working with Micah Parsons." That's Kansas' point.
It might be some sort of a code word for "get the fuck out of here" that we weren't clued into, but hopefully he ain't saying that about any players in San Francisco.
Yeah, or whatever.
All I know is whenever you bring up certain names that aren't affiliated with Chicago anymore, y'all get messy. That's all I know.
It was a messy affiliation with Chicago. That much is awesome.
But I'm trying to tell a story. about talent that Trips was talking about and the reasons why. That's all I was trying.
Yeah, I get it, but it's,
fuck me for bringing up the name Flukes. God damn.
It's like, oh, sore, touch the nerve. Yeah. I'm keeping an eye on the Twitter to see if anything is jumping off during, and I'm sure all the people in the chat are keeping an eye open as well in case anything happens roster move wise.
Yeah, I had
mine. Business is slowing down. The last move on my live updater is 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but I know we're gonna keep it moving, but just interesting. Some of the names are still out there or not.
You mind if I tell them something else I told you kind of on the low, and you're just like, you think so? So yeah, I think there may be something going on, and I'm talking about there might be a bigger move. I ain't gonna say a huge move. We'll talk about this Max Crosby shit in a second. Again, I'm sick of that shit. But
drama.
I believe there could be a trade somewhere in the works, man, because Trips is like a lot of Bears fans right now. Come on, Bears, get something. We need some solid. We need a bang. We need a bang here. And the Bears have been doing like some people would call it mid to low tier signings so far. You know what I mean? And people want to see something else. And I think they're trying to let the market come to them. I think they let the market come to them with Kevin Byard, and they lost him. But that could work in their favor in other ways because guys are still being released. Guys that like I tell you a name to keep an eye on. That's Jonathan Allen, that was with Minnesota, that previously was with Washington. Man, that's a good football player. There's several players out there that I think can come in here and help us. But on that defensive front, I think they're looking for a certain type. I think they're looking to get quicker, faster. You know what I mean? And really, really get penetrating defensive tackles. And I think they answered that bell with the two guys that they have signed so far. And I think that's the emphasis. Now, is there a bigger name defensive tackle? They could be trying to make a trade for somebody. And why they're kind of tiptoeing through this free agent period is maybe because they're trying to keep the option open for one of these things to fall through. That's what I'm thinking in my head. They're trying to, they got some shit going on, but they're trying not to jump out there too strong in this market and then not have the assets they need to get this player that they're looking at.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah?
It does. It sounds like something Greg Gabriel would say. Both of you guys are the general optimists across the board. Shout out to Greg Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like there's some of these signings actually excite me. Some of them are actually exciting to me. But just looking at, sometimes you got to play, in order to play offense, you got to play defense. And just looking at the landscape now, things are a little bit frightening. There have been some frightening developments in different places, and these are teams that you'll be up against. And I'm gonna ask you both, like, if you were going up against the Chicago Bears defense next year, what strikes fear in the hearts of men about the Chicago Bears defense? What would you be worried about next year like if you were looking to go against this defense?
Well, it's incomplete. Like, we only have 2 safeties in the contract. There's 2 more safeties that have to come. One of the guys we just talked about, kids, is the cornerback that we really, really needed, a backup nickel for Kyler. We'll talk about him in just a minute. That having 2 really good nickels provides a lot more to your defense than you think. And you're talking about pieces up front. They know that those 2 guys, Kentavious Street and Neville Gallimore, can play. They know that. And they don't know what the edge is going to look like in Chicago on the other side of Montez Sweat. They don't know. But they know the secondary. They know the secondary is pretty ripe with talent.
The secondary is taking a pretty solid hit, right? So
it has. But I think it's got better in certain ways too.
That's yet to be seen. You know,
Well, I
can't
would,
argue with you, but
yeah.
we can't prove that one.
Well, I would think that Kobe Bryant, I think, is a younger upgrade over Byard. And Byard, you know, he had his reunion with Coach Vrabel. You know, it came down to the Bears or the Patriots, and he was like Patriots because of that relationship. And so, all right, I'm good with Bryant. I see that as nice, but other than that, you know, we got depth guys and Street and
I want you to pause for a second,
Neville,
because the potential for us to go up against that particular team in the Super Bowl is high.
Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like they were just there. And we're sending our Pro Bowl safety over there. That's tough, man. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
yeah,
that's what I mean by the landscape. I just
well,
wanted
yeah,
to...
but I understand but it's like, well, we got to sign Byard so the Patriots don't get him. But it's like, nah, I'd rather have Bryant because he's an upgrade over Byard. You know, where the chips fall, the chips fall. But other than that, who is not that you fix a team in free agency, you get your depth. But now, you know, as we look to the draft, we can see the picture developing on what the draft needs are. And it's like obviously edge, it's obviously a defensive tackle. Do we want another running back? Do we need another tight end? You know, linebacker. Need a starting safety. So I mean, there's starting positions that are needed, and so we are looking to the draft for that. So it's like, okay, we have to trust the staff for identifying talent, and we got to trust the coaching staff to coach them up and develop them. And hopefully, we have a impact draft class greater and sooner than last year's, because it's going to be mostly on defense, and these first, second round picks are going to be coming in, you know, and fighting for starting positions.
Well, I just say this, Trips, and I say this to every Bears fan out there: be patient. Number one, they're executing their offseason plan, starting right now. They're moving pieces. They're not signing. You know, this is so incomplete. This like pieces are all over the board. There's only a few pieces in the heart and the guts of the puzzle that's together. Only a couple. There's a few pieces on the outside of the puzzle, but there's no clear picture whatsoever. So it's hard for me to sit here and judge how well they're doing, and they just now getting started with their plan. So I say look at it that way.
Well, yeah. So the plan's not complete by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just right now. I'm a little bit disappointed in the loss of Byard and Nashawn Wright, and it has a lot to do with like Levante's saying like they didn't send Byard anywhere. They lost Byard for $1.5 million difference from his existing contract each year. Right? So that's $3 million difference. It's an $18 million contract for him over in New England versus a $50 million contract for him here over the last 2 years. It's not an extreme delta that he was asking for in money. So that's what I mean by you're sending him over there. I think you could have negotiated that. You know, same thing with Nashawn. Nashawn is 1 year, $5.5 million. That's peanuts. Not asking for a lot of money. He got table stakes regular cornerback money. I was worried that after his season, he was going to be asking for like $12 million or something like that, and you just couldn't afford. You know what I mean? I thought he might have been priced out of the Bears case scenario. $5.5 million don't sound like a lot of money to me to make sure that your secondary is square. $18 million doesn't sound like a lot of money to me to make sure that you have that leader and intercept, like those two interception leaders are were game changing on this team last year. You let them walk for something around $5 million grand total between the two of them more. I think that's crazy.
Well,
there's always a possibility they don't want him. You know,
well, there's sure. I don't know why you wouldn't want your defensive leader anymore.
I don't think it's that at all. I think think this is I think they're taking a page out of Seattle's playbook and getting young as much as they can, get as young as they can in as many spots as they can. Hold on. And it's not like they do. I know we know for a fact that they value Kevin Byard. We know that. And we know what he can bring to the table. But there's no time better than now to, if you want to go with the youth movement and really, really lean into that, now's the time to make a move like that. And sometimes that's hard to watch a player like that to go to another team knowing what he brings to the table. But I understand it. But that's why I say, let them get this full hand of cards and let them play these cards and let's see what the total picture looks like. There's no need to get upset with the Bears right now because
I'm not mad. Like I say, they've got a ways to go. We'll see what this all shakes out as at the end of the day. I'm just saying those two particular players, their 15 interceptions over the course of the season, you could have retained for a delta of about $5 million. And I think that's really low wallet share. I think the Bears could have afforded that, but they decided not to.
I'm telling you, kids, Trips, there's something shaking that we don't know about.
I hope so. I hope there's something shaking because there's still some clear work that needs to be done. I asked the question, what strikes fear in the hearts of men about the Chicago Bears defense? And hopefully by the end of free agency, that is answered. Perhaps it's waiting for draft day, but that's what I want to see. I want there to be something that other teams have to look at this team and they're like, damn, I got to double team that guy. I gotta do something to deal with this defense because it does this very well. And I'm given the shifts, I don't know what this might even look like.
Well, guess what? We got a super chat.
Slim, Bo, Boogie. Big ups, man. Appreciate Bears news and the offseason discussions. We appreciate you, Slim Bo. Thanks for coming through and thanks for the super.
For sure, Slim. For sure. And what we're trying to do now is give a perspective from all angles instead of one being a fan and being a little disappointed in what you're not seeing. And then what you're seeing at the same time. Nobody likes to see really, really good to great players move to another team. Like Kevin Byard, that I almost feel certain when I say that they want to go young, and that's an indicator that they do, and they want to start now. And my gumption to say that is because of that move. They just want to get really young, really deep youth, and really, really get and just work around that youthful energy like the Seattle Seahawks have done. Draft well and work around that youth. Bring in a few veterans and put them here and there to keep this thing going. But I'm telling you, I think that's the mindset of Howard Hall. It's not that Kevin Byard ain't valuable as shit. He is. But right now, I think they're trying to keep this roster young. And I bet you, once this thing shakes out and they make their signings and do all the press conferences, I bet you all my money that's going to be one of the first things you hear coming out of those mouths, whether it be Ben Johnson or Ryan Poles. We want to be young and talented for a long time. They're going to say those words.
Yeah, and I guess with a obviously younger defense, if they're going to take time to, kind of find their footing, it's going to be up to the offense to outscore teams. You know what I mean? And we ain't used to that, but we know that Coach Football Psycho Ben Johnson and this offense is capable of it. And now with the second year of continuity in the system and pretty much all the same faces except for the additions or figuring out left tackle and the new Bradbury and Ben Johnson, I'm sure we'll get to, got another little weapon he's familiar with. and that added juice to the return game and other aspects. So the defense is going to have to, come along as the offense is going to have to pull more of the weight.
Wow. Don't, oh man, that's seldom happened in Chicago history. So like, fingers super crossed that somehow this is what happens this year. But again, I'm gonna have to lean the Nomad right now and go like, this is still a work in progress. We ain't at the end yet. So hopefully something else, more than just something. Hopefully a couple of things pop. That being the case, I kind of like what they did offensively. There hasn't been a lot. I really, as soon as Rashid Shaheed got re-signed, I went through the list of wide receivers and I was like, damn, Kalif Raymond is a free agent.
Well, let me just get to it, Trips. Kids, because you just led me there, and I got to lead that discussion.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm gonna tee it up right now. Let's go from the bottom, man. So we did, and I love the fact that out of all the guys that could have been moved, could have been this or that, they re-signed Elijah Hicks. And I'll tell you why. I always thought a lot of Elijah Hicks. For the longest time, especially in his first year or two, I think in year one was different than year two. I think he built up a little bit more, but it just wasn't enough. But I literally seen him in the preseason. I saw the licks he was taking, trying to tackle and fill the gaps of NFL running backs, NFL tight ends, big, huge, muscular guys all the time. And his body just wasn't built for it. But over the last couple of years, I've seen him get bigger, get stronger, and really that's really, really helped him. He was always quick. He was always fast. He was always twitchy, and he was always a playmaker. And I know that most people look at him as, okay, he's going to be a key piece for the special teams. No, I think he's gonna play a different role here this year. Because when you look at Dennis Allen's film, when he was in the Saints, all of Dennis Allen's DBs, his safeties look like Elijah Hicks. All of them. All of them. With the exception of maybe, I forget Marcus's last name, but one guy, he had a bigger safety out there. But Elijah Hicks has got the twitch. He's got the man-to-man capability. And that didn't happen. That wasn't that right away because he got drafted here, Trips, as a flukes guy who was mostly a zone defensive coordinator. He primarily focused on his own. So he was drafted for those purposes. So to the credit of Elijah Hicks in his second system since being in the NFL, he must have, mostly in practice, taken accustomed to being in man-to-man coverage and really impressing the coaches around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. So there's a reason outside of special teams that Elijah Hicks is still on this team. I've always liked him. I've always thought he's had a ton of upside. I think we're about to find that out this year.
Well, if you remember when Hicks was drafted, he's like that. He's amped. And we saw him get on the field and do work on special teams. And then near the end of the season there, he got in on a little bit of defense. And I'm sure he is back because they like his not only special teams ability, but, to compete for one of the a safety spot because of his versatility and, being able to cover as well as come down and make some tackles. But, between Hicks and Bryant, I believe are the only two safeties on the roster right now. So, that's going to be a higher draft pick and probably a UDFA to compete with Hicks for that those spots.
Yeah, I've always liked Elijah Hicks. He does what he does well, especially on the special team side. In my opinion, fantastic backup safety case scenario. Right now, he's a starting safety given the depth chart. I find that
bother you?
No, well, like
Definitely
it's
got
something.
faster.
Let me be real about this one. It's something I can live with, I think, because again, there's been evidence of him in this role. I've seen him start in this role, and like it wasn't terrible, you know. If that's the
Well,
way that it has to be, I can live with Elijah Hicks as a starting
He's
safety.
let me ask
However,
you. Well, let's flip that question, Nomad. Let's say we don't. We address edge early in draft, so we miss out on a McNeil, Warren, and the Thieneman. And so by the time we get to the draft, we get a Kilgore or Bud Clark. Do you like Kicks over those two guys or
put
any
him,
other safeties later?
put him in camp and let's see what happens.
I would start those two, either one of those guys, or even AJ Halsey. I would start them all over Elijah Hicks and keep him in backup capacity. Again,
Well, you don't know what kind of NFL player they're going to be.
that's true, right? You do give them the opportunity in camp to figure things out, but I would also think and lean towards giving them the snaps. Reason being, again, like Elijah's he's a special teams presence, and I'll be hard pressed to see. Did we keep Daniel Hardy? We kept Daniel Hardy, right?
We did.
Okay. Like a lot of the special teamers that do the work, I don't expect to see on this team. I don't expect to see Homer on the team, but maybe he'll show up just again, dollars and cents wise. We've lost Don Robinson, who does a lot of good stuff on special teams as well as rusher passer. There's been a few names. Roshan Johnson's another big question mark. Glad that we signed this guy and he can help lift that group. So I would kind of lean towards him a little bit more to that, as well as for backup capacity. Now, let me ask you guys, did Hicks not play a little bit of nickel for us as well?
Yeah.
I don't know how he was deployed positionally because it was kind of a nickel safety hybrid like CJ, and you know how it got to be at that point where we didn't know who was who. It was like a dime or something, and he was just kind of out there.
I'm just saying, like I do remember him getting some nickel reps, and they like he has the twitch that you were describing, and he didn't play too bad in nickel capacity either. And this is also the other reason why I would I wouldn't want to start him. Like if I'm going to start him, it's because somebody at those two positions went down, and I know that this guy could fit the bill and fill the role when needed. That's me though.
Well, I'm going to answer Derek Guy's question. He asked me, he says, do you think Tyreek can play safety, Nomad? I've always felt like Tyreek had a safety disposition. And what I mean by safety disposition, you got to be physical.
Yeah.
He's always had that. And he's always had the range to be able to run and cover space and cover ground. And he's got everything you want in the safety. The only question is, I think we want to see him on the field more, and I think we machinate him as a safety because we want to see him out there. And I don't know if they have I think we need him more at boundary corner this year now that Nashawn Wright's gone, and we just hoping that Terrell Smith comes back with some semblance of what he looked like before he got hurt. So right now, I would love to see. I think Tyreek would eat it up at safety, as a matter of fact. But right now, I do think his need is more on the edge, on the boundary corner side of things than the safety.
Oh.
But I do think he can play safety like an MF.
Fully agree with that as far as Tariq Stevenson is concerned. Like I think we'd speculated during his first 2 years that they would likely move him over to safety, if only just to give Terrell Smith some play time. And if that's part of the plan, I'm a little bit less worried about the corner, the secondary. If they're actually planning to give Terrell Smith some run, and if he's coming back from that injury in good standing, I'm interested in that because I think he's played extremely well when given the opportunity, and I think he deserves a little bit more opportunity to play. So, if that's why you lost out on a Nashawn Wright, so be it. Let's see what Terrell's got to say.
I'll say this before we get out off this Elijah Hicks conversation. I'm gonna give you a bold take, hot take time. Listen, I think he's gonna be one of the surprise players. I think, like we were talking about with Nashawn Wright and some of the other guys that get buried under depth and not given the opportunity, and just because you see him producing in special teams, you tend to think that this is just a special teams football player. Elijah Hicks is like a lot of players in the NFL, talented as an MF, but just needs the opportunity with the right coach, in the right scheme, and the right fit for what he can bring to the table. And I think that day just arrived. I think you're going to hear a lot about Elijah Hicks come this training camp. And like we were hearing about Nashawn Wright, hot take, I'm telling you, Elijah Hicks is going to turn some heads this offseason. I'm telling you right now. I'm putting my name on that.
Looking forward to it.
All right. Let's get to the next guy. Let me start with Kentavious Street. Now, Kentavious Street is kind of a journeyman at this point, but let me give you a little background on Kentavious Street. I do believe he played at NC State. I believe it was NC State when Joe Tooney and Garrett Bradbury were there. I think he was there during that time on the other side of the ball. And he was primarily an edge rusher. But if you're looking at this dude like I'm looking at him on the screen, it took him quite some time and coaches quite some time to get edge rusher out of their heads. One, he's got kind of short arms, but I'm not that person that just hung up on arm length as an edge rusher. I'm just not that dude. But he clearly, to me, when I looked at him on his tape in college, looked like a D tackle to me that just was playing edge. This guy has steadily, slowly built himself into a defensive tackle. He tasted the 49ers. I think he's been, of course, to Atlanta. He's been with the Saints. So Dennis Allen has product knowledge of this kid. And what I can say about his attributes and what he's going to bring to the table, and what I think Dennis Allen is really, really looking for. He's looking for more burst, more quickness, more explosion on the defensive line, and really, really trying to create pressure from the inside, and so that people don't have all these conversations about how good or bad these edge rushers are on this team. Because if you're going to rush with 4, you need to have dudes on the inside like Kentavious Street, like Neville Gallimore, to be able to create that advantage for you. And he is definitely one of those guys like Neville Gallimore and can really get up the field. And so, yes, he's a journeyman. Yes, he's call him whatever you want to call him, just a camp, but whatever. But I'm just telling you, this guy's got some stuff to him that Dennis Allen is looking for. He's looking to transform that line from this big, heavy defensive line to more quickness, more bursts, guys at a certain size and weight. He's about 6'2", 6'3", probably about 310, maybe a little less than that, but that's what he's looking for. Dennis Allen is looking for more burst than size. So he's not looking for a space eater. He's looking for pop, get off, speed, quickness. And you look at either one of these guys, whether it be Kentavious Street or you look at Neville Gallimore on tape, that's the first thing that's going to jump off to you. Is how quick they get off the ball and how quick they get up the field on people. And so in that trait that both of those two guys have, Kentavious Street and Neville Gallimore, should give you all a clue as to what they're trying to do. They're trying to get quicker. They're trying to get faster. And that just doesn't stop at the defensive front. They're trying to do it in the secondary. They're trying to do it at the linebacker range too. Right, kids? If you're trying to get faster and quicker, if you want to be an explosive defense and really dictate the terms of the offense, that's how you do it.
Fair enough. What technique does he?
He's a 3.
He's a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we definitely needed a 3 tech of some kind. I haven't had the chance to look at this particular player yet, so I'll have to take a minute and do so, and we'll see how that looks. But glad we we at least have a bit of a 3-tech rotation now. We lost Chris Williams for sure. So there's that as well. I wouldn't really call Chris a 3-tech, but you know,
Look
we
at
lost
that.
him nonetheless.
Look at Levante. He runs a 4.8 740.
Okay.
That tells you anything.
That's not too bad. It's not too bad.
They have put an emphasis on speed, quickness, more than size and girth. And I ain't gonna say we was the biggest, beefiest defensive line, but in fact, we wasn't that at all until like somewhere late at the last season of Fluce's regime when they brought, of course, we had Big Bill, but when they brought Jonathan Ford on the team, we got a little bit beefier and a little bit more stout in the run defense. But that's the route that Fluce wanted to go. What Dennis Allen has done is come in here and work with the talent that we had, but now he's changing it out. And so that our depth and rotation is a little bit lighter and a little bit faster. So you see that same burst off the line, that same intensity from that defensive front as you would see from the first four on the field. So Kentavious Street is definitely not going to be a starter on this team, but he's going to be a nice rotation piece that's going to help increase the speed on the defensive line.
AC Adams saying that Street paired well next to Grady in Atlanta. So that might also be a little bit of a of a bonus. Maybe put him together and Grady on a line. They have some history working together. That might work out well.
Yeah, I was looking at that How We Are Bears. I love Mario Edwards. That was one of the, I think these guys probably remember me getting upset about the fact that why in the hell would you let Mario Edwards go? But Mario Edwards is an attitude guy, you know, and under that, when Fluce got here, along with Poles, they were looking for character guys, and I don't think he got along with those guys, and that was more of a reason for them to do. I think he probably had a better career down in Houston than he had here. He just got better. Mario Edwards became a monster down in Houston. Him and a couple other guys that I love their defensive line. Best defensive line in football, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's and then where Don Rod went, Houston.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna eat, and y'all gonna be mad.
Well,
no. I said it the other day. Because that line is so dominant as it stands, he's gonna be able to do the thing that he does well, and it's going to be effective. Again, there's a lot of pressure coming from the center of the Houston defensive line. A lot of pressure, right? So Don Rob's gonna have a great season. Again, I remember I was like, knock on wood. Like I will knock on wood and say that I won't be surprised at all.
Well, I bring him up not only for that reference, but you know, looking at Kentavious here and knowing that he's a signing, and in the defensive line picks obviously are not the same scheme fits. But like Dominique Robinson, Javon Dexter, Zach Pickens, Travis Bell, Austin Booker, Shamar Turner. And that just, you know, it's like, all right, cool. But Street seems to be, you know, an upgrade over most of those guys, you know, as does Gallimore even, you know, and that's almost sight unseen. So, you know, if Dennis Allen and Coach Garrett, defensive line coach, you know, if these are the guys that they want, the disruptors, you know, the more lengthy and speedy than girthy. Settle down, kids. You know, it's that's what we're gonna go with, and I'm good with it. I'm not doubting it, but you know, it's like it just doesn't seem like enough up front, you know, because what we've seen from the defensive line, whether it be the pass rush or run stopping, is just not enough. It just doesn't seem like, but you gotta let it play out. Gotta let it play out.
Okay, I think this will definitely help the way you think in trips. Look at it this way. Look at it from a running back's perspective. And you at the line of scrimmage, you watching these guys, and you're trying to find, you know where the ball is going, you know where you're gonna have to run the ball. Let's just say you're going through the A or B gap. and you're looking at some bigger, beefier guys up front, and you know for a fact that they're going to clog up, and you're going to have to decide at the last second to get through one of these tiny ass little creases because there's some big dudes that can get off that block and cover up that space. And you have to decide it the right way, right? Mm-hmm. Versus if you at that running back spot and you got a little bit less beefier, girthier guys, and this is to your point, how we are Bears. Instead of having that big beef and that girth up front that's making you be a little hesitant about which way to go, now you got quicker guys that can get up the field. It's going to flash in front of you. It's going to get in front of your feet, and you're going to have to get away from them just to get to a running lane. And so now you're looking at a totally different dynamic. You're trying to figure out what hole to run into versus, oh, shit, let me avoid this cat that just busted up through the middle. Neville Gallimore is already at my feet. Kentavious Street's already at my feet because they're quick and fast versus this fat dude who's just clogging up the hole waiting for me to run through it. That's the dynamic difference you're looking at. And obviously, Dennis Allen wants a guy that's going to get through that mug and create some kind of diversion to the play, whether it be the quarterback or the running back, whoever is going to get this ball. Reverse, flash in there, and create a problem, create a diversion. And so that's the difference between a big, beefy defensive line that's going to really like, oh, we feel good about this because ain't nobody running through there, as opposed to creating speed up the middle of your defense and really creating havoc. From that perspective, that's probably, I think that's what they're looking at.
All right. Like I say, I'm not. I like what they've done with the defensive line thus far. I expect them to draft at least one, if not two more guys on the interior. We'll see what this looks like at the end of the day.
Sheldon Rankins is still out there, by the way, fellas.
I thought he resigned.
Ooh.
No?
Is it Sheldon?
I'm looking at the Spotrac or Spot Rack, however we say it.
You gotta make sure
Rankins is not on here as available.
He might have got re-signed because he's that kind of football player. Exactly what I just got through describing as that quick bursty guy that gets in there and creates a problem for your run game or your quarterback. That's what they're looking for. They want somebody in their backfield and not sitting there waiting for you to run through my lane.
All right.
That's what Kentavious Street brings to the table.
And again, very similar to Neville, right? So between the two of them, they seem to tackle, right? I think the run game, running on us will be a little bit more challenging than it has been the last couple of years. Plus, these guys actually get into the backfield. So I appreciate that about both of these particular players. I'm gonna have to go back and actually look at Kentavious a little bit closer to see what there is to be seen. But I'm still looking at all of this as a bit of a working process.
All right, let me get to the next guy, man. I think Kentavious Street's gonna be a nice rotational piece. He's been nice.
Shout out to Mutt Greer, man. Hit that like button. Give us a little bit of like, share, subscribe, love right here on on Kids of Canuck and up there at Sports Chicago Style, as well as at the Nomad Network. We would appreciate that from all y'all. Give us leave a comment, ask us a question. We will respond. That being said, who are we looking at next, brother?
All right.
On Liberty, that's a negative.
I don't think they're gonna be able. He's gonna be somewhere else. They might surprise us and bring him back, but I don't think so.
Well, as of right now, he's not.
Yeah.
Who?
They might bring Big Bill
Liberty.
back.
Liberty's outlook is saying is Billings still on the squad?
At present, technically, yes, but I don't think he's signed. So
he's gonna get signed though somewhere.
Somebody will pick him up.
He's a free agent. He's a free agent.
Well, and remember, even KB was saying he might be thinking about getting. He might be close to.
Well, no, I saw something today because he won an award, community thing, and one of his comments in the Q&A afterwards was he's looking forward to playing wherever he's going to be playing next season. So,
All
I
right.
mean, he didn't mention retirement.
Okay.
You know, it's like, yeah, he's playing next season, but he's also a free agent
All right.
right now.
Shout out to Big Bill, man. Hopefully he finds himself a home, whether that's Chicago or elsewhere.
All right, let's get to the next guy.
Yeah, how we stand. Rankins re-signed with Houston.
Yeah,
Kids, you and Trip probably can remember us having a conversation about, like, live doing a live broadcast about. I think we anticipated that the nickel position was pretty thick with Jalen Jones and Josh Blackwell being there, and we felt pretty solid when Kyler went down, and we gonna be good there. But it turned out that we were less than that, and we said it for weeks. Like, dog, whatever we do, we got to get a replacement and a backup for Kyler Gordon. And I think we just did that in Cam Lewis. I know we just did that in Cam Lewis. That's exactly what he is. He's a slot corner. About 5'9", about 185 pounds. He's a slot corner. That's what he does.
Okay.
Pretty much all he done while he was in Buffalo, and done it well. But Cam Lewis, you looking at your backup to Kyler Gordon. You're looking at your insurance for Kyler Gordon right here in this football player right here. And so it was definitely a need. I saw the weakness in the defense when Kyler went down, and they, cycled through a few guys, and it was obviously a juggle with Dennis Allen trying to, play around that and making things work around the guys that they were working with. But it was obviously a need to Dennis Allen, and they made sure they solidified the kind of guy that they're looking for. And Cam Lewis is him.
Well, I can tell you this, kids. I'm looking forward to the season when Mr. Lewis makes a interception or a tackle or a sack, and I hear he's a special teams demon. So as soon as he makes a play, you know what the call is, kids. Cam. Oh, Cam. So he's a veteran presence. He is, experienced. He's good at what he does. And we've seen Spidey can be on and off the field at times. So having a good backup who can step right in and fill that role is nice to have. And he he's got that dog in him, right, Nomad?
Yeah. And no, he wasn't always a starter. I think
he started.
He started a lot of games, but he wasn't like I think Taron Johnson or somebody might have been. Somebody else was the guy, but he ended up playing a whole lot of football because somebody got hurt.
So I think you're bang on. So I think he was a starter in 2024, and then they drafted at the nickel position, and he lost the starting job in 2025. But he played a few games, man. He's got 373 snaps, 35 tackles in 2025. 62 tackles in 2024. These are decent stats to me. And we definitely, we still got Blackwell too. So that, in my opinion, this is more of a CJ Gardner-Johnson upgrade at the backup nickel position than anything else. He may have value elsewhere, but I like to know that we've got a guy right there who can handle what we need to be handled at the nickel position. In case Kyler goes down, we are really lost without, some serious help at that position until CJ showed up. So again, I'm excited about this one. To me, this looks like a quality selection, a quality depth piece to bring in. And yeah, Levante, I believe Blackwell's still on the squad. I think he's still under contract, and if that's the case, then awesome. He brings a lot to the special teams group as well. So I'm not sure if Cam Lewis plays special teams, but hopefully he does. Hopefully he's an addition to that squad too.
There was trips. I want to say this, and I think y'all would agree. It was definitely a glaring need. in what we saw this year while we were watching games. It was definitely something that glared to me. And
Yeah.
I'd say it still behooves me, and it makes me think that I don't know, something was going on with Josh. I've seen Josh Blackwell play a whole lot better football at that slot position. And for him not to even be somebody that they brought up in a tight spot when Kyler went down, that surprised me. And I'm still curious about why that was, man. Maybe something was how he just wasn't practicing well. I don't know. But whatever it was clear.
I think they just like Nick McLeod better, right? I think that's
Nick
as the back.
He definitely played better at slot than he played at safety. Not at safety, but at boundary corner.
At boundary corner.
He was at boundary corner. He sucked.
Yeah.
He was ass.
I completely agree with you there.
Stinky boom boom ass.
I think the question remains, like, you know, was he better than Josh Blackwell? I don't.
Obviously, in practice, kids.
I guess so. Like that's the best answer that you could possibly give, because we don't see that and we wouldn't know. But man, we have seen Josh Blackwell play that backup nickel quite well in previous years.
And to answer Howie's question here, Cam Lewis, main values playing 50% of all special team snaps, though, right? And it's like, I think from what I could tell, reading the comments, I like to go to the comments after guys get traded to see what their fans are saying about him, whether it's good writtens or they didn't like it. They didn't like losing him because he seemed to be one of their special teams demons.
Okay.
Plus a good depth, backup. So, they were sad to see him go, which makes me happy. Not for them, but happy because we're getting a player that, fans are sad to see go from other teams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like the Blackwell thing, him not getting reps. I'm telling you guys, I think because we watch games and we don't get to watch practices, I think there's a lot of in between there. It's a lot of stuff in between the practices and games that we don't know and could be the answer to all of our questions.
I think Levante answered our question, actually. I think he might have been hurt.
Could have been that too.
You know what I'm saying? I think Josh Blackwell was hurt during the early period of the season.
But that still wouldn't answer why they went out and got another slot corner. And to pay him that to come in here and back up Kyler doesn't really answer that question.
Well, if both of your corners are hurt, I think if I remember correctly, I think they were both hurt early into the season, so that kind of left them no choice but to go find a third.
Playing slot corner is a physical, thankless job, and I don't even know why they call them slot corners. You're a slot linebacker that has to run and chase receivers.
That's fair.
Because you're doing more tackling than you're doing anything.
Yeah, and you might be sent out on a blitz too. You know what I mean? Rush the passer.
The advantage to it is that you get to play around the ball in the line of scrimmage, and you get more opportunities to make a play on the ball, which in turn gives you more opportunity to make splash plays, which in turn is going to make you more money. It's going to create the stats that everybody likes. Oh, he's got this many interceptions. He's got this many this, that, sacks, and all the stuff that helps people get money. When it comes to contracts, there's advantages to it financially, but the physical advantages are not. There are no physical advantages. It hurts.
Mm-hmm.
It effing hurts. Take it from a mother that no. I ain't trying to hit Leonard Fournette in his goddamn legs, but I got to.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I ain't trying to hit Ricky Williams, his big, thick ass thighs, but I got to. Business decisions, man.
Yeah.
It's a thankless job until you get the stats that give you the money, financial benefits in the offseason. This ain't no good contract for Cam Lewis, but he's going to play it.
No, it ain't. He's making about as much money as Case Keenum. I just took a quick peek, and I'm happy for that. I'm glad he's here in a palatable role as far as the cap is concerned. Upside is I have a feeling he'll be able to play those more twitchy slot receivers more more tightly than a certain Mr. Johnson. Shout out to you, though, Mr. Johnson. I think you were awesome last year.
But this is a guy, let me get into his traits, man. So he's, let's just say,
yeah,
he's a lot more consistently what we liked about Josh Blackwell. You see it game in and game out with this cat. Sticky in coverage, heady, willing tackler. He'll hit you. And he's only like 185 pounds, and that don't feel good, but he's willing to sacrifice his body to make a play. He's a ball hawk, and one of the things he's real good at is punching that ball out. And so that's probably one of the things that Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson and Poles was sitting around looking at. Like he knows right when to go in there and dig that ball out. That's one of the things they prioritize. I'm sure it was a bevy of 6 or 7 guys, 8 guys they might have had on the board to go target for this offseason and get a backup corner to Kyler. But this guy's ability to make plays on the ball and turn that ball over is definitely a highlight when you watch him. He gets that when he sees those opportunities, he'll set you up, take that ball away from you. Make you feel like you're about to get away from him. He'll slow down, let you get away from him, and then come right from behind you and rip that ball out. And that's money for any NFL team. You get another opportunity to go score the ball. So he's got a lot of value. You won't really take a step back if Kyler comes off the field, and you feel real secure with this football player because he brings a lot of what Kyler brings to the table. Maybe not as much of that athleticism as Kyler brings, but that's okay. That's okay. This guy is going to be a solid piece in your defense, and when he has to come off the field for whatever reason, he's tired, got an ankle, whatever, you ain't going to feel like you're taking a step back when you put Cam Lewis on the field. He proved that in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Good. I like it. Good depth signing.
Where are we going next?
I like what Saren is saying. It's like he'll be in dime packages with 3 safeties. Yeah, they'll play some. He's dynamic like that. For the simple fact that he's a willing tackler, he's not scared to be physical in physical situations. So that's going to give you more incentive to keep him on the field in short area situations. And he's dynamic. He's quick. He's twitchy. They're accumulating a bunch of dudes that can do the same things. So you won't know the difference between a corner or a safety by the time Dennis Allen is done. Like this guy's like the biggest dudes on the field is going to be at this point is going to be Tyreek Stevenson. He's going to be bigger than the safeties.
I think Zay Frazier is a bit bigger. He might be slimmer though. You mean body?
I'm talking about height and weight.
Okay.
Like that's a big dude as in comparison to some of these other dudes on the roster. I'm just I'm breaking down what Dennis Allen's trying to present. He's trying to present quick, twitch, fast guys as opposed to big, beefy, physical football players. He's getting it in lighter, quicker players. He's getting that physicality in all those dudes. And so everybody thinks we're giving up X amount of turnovers because Nahshon Wright's not here and Kevin Byard's not here. Actually, I think he's going to create more because he's getting quicker, twitchier players out there. It's going to get their hands on balls.
Pause.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll leave you with that. I will also say that I think we should probably set expectations correctly with the interceptions. The number last year was astronomical. I don't think that can be expected from this group, or greater than that can be expected from this group. I have to say that now.
Did Uncle Nick die, man?
No, I'm just setting expectations, man. Don't let's not blow smoke up people's asses. You know what I mean? They don't like smoking their
I'm
ants.
just talking about the dynamics of that much quickness.
I understand what you're saying, and hopefully that's the case. Hopefully, again, adding that additional speed and youth proves favorable. But there were a lot of turnovers last year, and the 3 guys who got all of them are gone.
But how did they get him? To Terrence's comment here, think about fast to ball, a lot of pick sixes. Yeah. So if you have a defensive line or front seven that are getting after that quarterback, and getting that ball out under 2 seconds, that it puts the secondary in better position to pick the ball. To whereas Nashawn Wright's. Some of his picks were, Johnny in the right spot. Byard, used his brain and was in the right place, but they weren't, totally athletic interceptions like that. So, hopefully with the youth and the increased twitch and speed, if you will, they can get to more interceptions and picks.
I'm glad you said that, because I know kids has been around us long enough to know that there's a point to be made there. And I don't think it went over your head whatsoever. I just don't know if you're really conceptualizing what it means to have that much speed on the field and what kind of dynamics it can trigger.
No, I get it, but Trip actually nailed my point home. And my point is they were able to get those interceptions, those turnovers, those takeaways, almost in spite of that front seven hitting home or really creating a lot of pressure.
They did.
And this is where things, to me, get really interesting. If we are able to somehow put together a defensive front that can actually create pressure, and this is not an in spite of question, then I think the additional speed works and these guys eat back there in the secondary. But that's the grand question mark that I have. Have we gotten extremely better with the front seven? I don't know, but I can say we have increased speed almost across the board. So that is and I mean,
do me a favor, kids. Do me one favor, man. I want you to, if you need to, write it down so you remember. Just take a note of it in your phone, whatever. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to pay attention to 3 defensive fronts. One of them being the 49ers. One of them being the Tennessee Titans. Just the most previous defense Dennis Allen ran in New Orleans. And what you will see right away, and I want you to focus on something. Focus on the speed and quickness of the football players getting off the ball. Watch how fast when the ball is snapped. It's like, and I know that was probably loud. It's like the quickest collision and the quickest disruption. It's like, how fast can I get to you before you get to me? It's like instant. It's like they get off the ball really, really fast, and that's the point. I'm beating you to the punch, and I'm going to cause disruption, as opposed to you getting off the ball before me and you getting your mitts on me and making me, kind of bend to your will. And when you understand those philosophies and you keep littering your team with those kinds of football players, you are creating something that's going to definitely benefit you. You are definitely on the winning side of football when you can create that kind of front. And when they get off the ball simultaneously, not just one or two guys get off the ball really, really fast, but they all get off the ball at the same time. Those are the worst kinds of defensive lines that offensive linemen want to deal with, because it's intense. It's intense. And it's going to immediately disrupt the timing of everything that's going on. And so what I'm painting for you is that kind of speed, that kind of quickness on all 3 levels is going to create probably more than you think. As far as turnovers goes, opportunities to get those turnovers, I came to understand that when I when I got to college, man, and some guys started to really understand the system, that speed off the ball is going to create more. Like the team to circle in that conversation, Kez, is the Houston Texans. Because that's, to me, the epitome of what your defensive front need to look like if you're going to run a 4-man front and a 4-3.
Okay. Does this defense look like the Houston Texans front seven?
Well, but that's what they're building for. That's what they're trying to get to. And it kind of answers your question. It's like, well, why would they let Nahshon Wright go for, $5-6 million and not resign him? It was because he was ass in coverage. And if they are, trying to go to a more, quick twitch coverage kind of thing, Nahshon Wright got the picks, but how many times did he get, beat? So, I mean, will you give up the possibility of having those picks again, or do we believe that we can make that up in other areas with a more cohesive system or more cohesive players for Dennis Allen?
Like who?
Like the one, like Neville, like Street.
No.
Lewis, the guys that he's bringing in.
You made a specific reference to Nahshon Wright. Who fills that void now?
What you mean at corner?
Yeah, and that was the reference.
Well, I mean, it could be Frazier, it could be a rookie. I don't know the specific name. I can't tell you, what guy specifically, but schematically, they are bringing in players that fit more of what they want to do. And, the guys that don't are out of there. So whoever the unidentified player is, is that now a cornerback, that is going to be a draft? Or are they counting on, Zay Frazier to step up and do that and then get another young cornerback in the draft to, develop?
So your answer is Zay Frazier.
Or a rookie.
Okay. So or somebody we draft. Okay.
They're getting.
I'm just asking the realest questions, right? Because they haven't technically backfilled that position, right? So the backfill is either already on the team or we draft him, right? So either Zay, Terrell, or potentially Tariq back in his original role. We know what Tariq is. I have no problems with that. I don't expect it to result in 8 interceptions in here, but it might result in that many more passes defensed, right? Like there's different ways of looking at things.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, because now if you get JJ starting and you put Terrell back out there, and now you get, JJ starting and put Tyreek back out there as the starters, for your outside corners, and then you get Terrell Smith and then Zay and then a rookie behind them. So you're not forcing a rookie to start necessarily at corner.
So as I was last year, and it proved to be questionable, throughout the season. But as I was last year, I'm not really too fussed about the secondary outside of another safety. Like we definitely need to get a safety, whether that's in the draft or free agency and or both. I think that's on the docket here in the days to come. As far as the corner position, I think we're okay. I do like the assets that we have today, including Zay Frazier. Even though I haven't seen him on the field, he has very similar measurables actually as to what we lost in Nahshon Wright. And Nahshon Wright's measurables came to play much more so than his coverage ability. Right, that 6'3" frame was allowed him it allowed him to get back it allowed him to play the ball after getting burnt. It's probably the best way to put it, and it worked out for him quite a bit and turned into interceptions. But if we're to look at that front seven again, We need somebody to strike fear in men, man. That's whether that's Neville, Kentavious Street, Deo Dangbo. You know what I mean? I don't know who's going to really pick up the mantle and run with it, but somebody's got to do it. There has to be more pressure in order to enable that secondary to really to really make change in that, when the ball's in the air.
All right, and again, I think this is man, the Nomad Network and our accuracy when we watch games. And, the unit we have over here, we can dial up some stuff. I'll just tell you that, and to be able to notice that they've got a problem at slot corner without Kyler Gordon and be accurate about that into the offseason, and this be one of their first few moves of the offseason. It's less gratifying if you're not an egomaniac, and I don't think we have egomaniacs over here. You can be right and not sit up there and just gloat about the shit. It's just what you saw. You know what I mean? That's all it is to it, and then we saw that. And so I'm glad we got this kid. And I don't think we're done in that department. I think they're reshaping what they want to do in the secondary, and I think we're seeing a certain size, certain shape guy, certain twitch guy in the secondary, and it's going to be better in the long run because they did that. I think they're going young. That's just where my head is right now, and we can debate that as we move forward. But we got other guys to talk about, and I think you guys are going to have a bunch to talk about here.
Yeah. Now,
imagine we're all excited about this trip. That's kind of crazy.
This past week on Nomad at Night, we were talking about the team, and Devin Duvernay came up and was like, "Yeah, we should bring him back." And I was like, I would like a little more juice back there with our returners. And then lo and behold, we bring in free agent wide receiver Kalif Raymond, who has extensive history with Ben Johnson and wide receiver coach Randall Antoine L with Detroit, the Kitties over there. He is, a legit weapon in the return game, and he is definitely somebody who Ben Johnson's going to give, 5 gadget plays a game or handoffs or find him out there. So this is definitely some added juice on the offensive side of the ball. He is in no way a DJ Moore replacement kind of guy, but he is a weapon that, Ben Johnson will utilize, as well as Richard Hightower will now have, another weapon back there.
He's not, you're right. Like he ain't no DJ Moore, but he's his own thing. He can stretch the field. We definitely need a wide receiver who can stretch the field. That adds that speed component. Special teams, return game, fantastic. I'm sure all y'all familiar with Kalif Raymond. He's done some strange danger to us on a few occasions against the Detroit Lions. I have to say, he was sort of a little bit of, you go into a game like that and you're worried about Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're worried about their tight end. Those are two real areas that you're worried about both of those guys in a big way. And somehow Ben Johnson would know how to sort of layer in Kalif Raymond and get some real business done with this particular player. So I only expect to see much more of that here on the Chicago side. And Chicago looks, smells, and feels very similarly, except we've got both Rome Odunze and Luther Burden that you got to be worried about, as well as Colston Loveland. Then again, here comes Kalif Raymond, right? So I think things will look really interesting with this particular player. It'll add a bit of a different dynamic to what we do. I'd say a lot like what Olamide Zaccheaus brings to the table, but maybe a little bit more. And this guy generally actually catches the football. Oops, sorry, Ozzy.
I would say this, man. Wow. When you start thinking about younger, faster, it's the guy you're looking at. He played his first 5 seasons in the NFL. He's still young. Just to be crystal clear with you guys, he's still young. He's still got a lot of juice left in him. Lots. And you talking about getting younger, faster, that applies to both sides of the ball. That applies to if what we've said so far in these breakdowns is not, something's got to be attaching to you. something's got to be attaching to you. If younger, faster, it's not an emphasis of what we're talking about tonight. You ain't listening, or you just got here. One of the two. That seems to me to be the common denominator. Would you guys agree with that or disagree?
No, this is exactly what this is, and like, wait till we get to a couple other players, and I think that this conversation will just continue down the same road. Yeah, definitely younger, definitely faster, almost across the board. No, 31 is not young, but he's fast.
5 years, man. 5 years. You ain't old.
He hasn't been a starter, getting regular game reps like that.
It's about football years. You know what I mean? 5 years ain't that much time.
And special teams and a few plays here and there. That's low tread on the tires, if you will.
Man.
Yeah, that is also very true. So yeah, definitely a whole lot of speed to be had here with this particular player. And I think I would sacrifice a little bit of that youth for flat out experience within the system and with the coach and offensive coordinator. I think that's worth its weight in gold. So you got a guy coming in here that already knows what Ben Johnson wants him to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you remember a couple years ago when Caleb first got here and everybody's talking about who we should bring around him, and people was talking about Ben Johnson. And, it was kind of loud. It was a possibility that he could, end up being here, right? A couple years ago, would y'all agree?
Yeah, it was 2 years.
Okay. That's when I started to have to watch the tape of what he can bring to the table offensively. I started to have to watch this stuff. And, it's fun watching the Detroit Lions offense, man, to be honest with you, as opposed to a lot of other stuff that I have to watch and be bored to death with. It was absolutely a ball watching these guys play football. And I'm saying this as a Chicago Bears fan. It was fun watching Ben Johnson's offense in Detroit. And what I learned from that was how dynamic Ben Johnson is at being simple. Being very, very simple. Teaching his quarterbacks to be really dynamic from under the center. And so when all the talk we had about Caleb Williams and he's never played under center and we don't know if he can. We didn't. But guess what Ben Johnson did?
Made him play under center.
Taught him to play under center and play it well, and he got better at it throughout the season. And what came of that under center and being a run-heavy offense and making people have to respect your running game is guys like Kalif Raymond. Guys like Kalif Raymond being a multiplier in the reverse game, in the slot area. I don't want you guys to think he's just some gadget guy and just going to be in there on reverses and doing things on returns and no. He's a viable slot receiver. Yeah. Especially knowing what Ben Johnson wants. He knows exactly what Ben Johnson's trying to do to manipulate a defense. He knows exactly what to do. So Kalif Raymond is worth his weight in gold right now. It's not that I didn't like Devin Duvernay. I love Devin Duvernay. But he didn't know what Kalif Raymond knows.
I just have to layer on that Kalif Raymond is just flat out a better quote-unquote wide receiver, in my opinion, than Devin Duvernay is. Like Devin Duvernay is fantastic as a special teams piece, and the same can be said about Kalif Raymond. But as a wide receiver, especially as a wide receiver on a team being coached by Ben Johnson, like the kid's good. Like I can't stress that enough, because again, there were 2 games where we lined up real nice against the Detroit Lions under Flus. And it's a jazz hour. With the way that things lined up, he was sort of the odd man out. And being that odd man out, we decided, we'll kind of let Kalif Raymond run free a little bit, and he did, and they just started to target him and really took advantage of that as a fact. So I expect similar things to happen with him here in Chicago.
Just imagine this. Think about it this way. You got 2 strong, viable tight ends that can kind of tear you up in the middle of the field, and you have to pay attention to all of them. Remember, there's only 11 guys on the defense, man. There's only 11 guys, and it almost seems unfair when you got every person, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's the running back or two, whether it's both the tight ends or three tight ends, whether it's a receiver or two or three, all of them be a factor in the equation. So you have to account for every one of those moving pieces. The stress that puts on the defense and what Kalif Raymond can bring to the table in those jet sweeps and those motions, in those, what he does out of the slot and just being a regular receiver, he's going to open up space in the defense because of Ben Johnson that he probably shouldn't, because everybody's a live factor. You putting them around Luther Burden, you put them around Colston Loveland, you putting them around Cole Kmet, you're putting them around what's his name? I'm having a brain fart right now. 15. You're putting them around guys that you have to account for, and a running back, and Caleb Williams. That's gonna
Rome
Odunze. Thank you. That's the middle of the defense is gonna definitely be vulnerable. And so what you're doing is you're backing the safeties up, and you're probably wanting to make the corners to kind of play off ball, and you want to make the defensive coordinator play the corners off the ball a little bit. So they're going to back up a little bit. And so the middle of the field is wide open. That's just ripe for moving the ball down the field in the intermediary routes. And so the tactical stuff that comes when you put a guy like this in the mix, along with the weapons that you already have established, is bomb threat stuff. I'm being honest with you. And I know I'm going to miss DJ Moore, but they haven't really addressed everything yet, and it's still an incomplete puzzle. They will address that.
Draft.
Kalif Raymond's not DJ Moore, but he's going to do some stuff for this offense. And so I'm just telling you guys, I'm loving the picture and the portrait they're putting together, man. So far from what I can see, I'm loving it. Kalif Raymond's going to be a extreme multiplier in this thing, like Colston Loveland was out of the tight end spot. Don't Uncle Nick ain't dead, kids.
Man, sometimes you go deep with it.
I'm not going far. It's deep, but it ain't far.
All right, where are we going next?
Wait a minute. Any closing thoughts about Kalif Raymond?
No, I'm covered
everything.
Let's keep moving then. Let's get to the last guy that we got. This is Jedrick Wills. Jedrick Wills. That's the proper way to say his name. But wow, what a story. Wow, what a story. And I wish that all NFL players that have had injury concerns early in their career or later in their career, I don't care how long it's been in your career, I wish every NFL player in the world takes Jedrick Wills' stance on the game. He got hurt somewhere around 2023, and it wasn't really getting no better. He got hurt again in the same place. And here's the thing, kids and trips. The money is so alluring that will keep a football player from doing things in his best interest, because the money and the checks are so good. Jedrick Wills did a thing that I hope most NFL players start to do. He took a year off football to heal his body. This was a number 10 pick in the first round of the NFL draft in,
I think it's 2020.
Yeah, 2020, somewhere around there.
Top 10 pick, yeah.
I remember him at Alabama. He was, I think, the right tackle for Tua in that championship run. This guy is everything you liked about Tevin, everything you liked about, what's the big boy's name in San Francisco that everybody wants as a free agent. The
Trent
offense,
Williams.
everything you like about both of those guys. Nasty, absolute alpha is in Jedrick Wills. And you just got a guy in free agency. And I'm gonna say this. It's not that this is the only place that he had. He was in Detroit yesterday. He was there yesterday and signed with us today. So I'm going to give a special shout out to the Bears brass because obviously, he is picking up what they're putting down and what they're doing as a organization is really good because he did not have to come to Chicago. He knew it was just going to be an opportunity for a one-year stop, but I want to prove myself. He knew it. Now, this could be something long-term, but they're giving him a year to prove that it can be long-term. But this is a bully at left tackle.
And this is also how you can accelerate the growth of a team because you look at other teams and it's like they have offensive linemen and like 5 out of 5 were number 1 picks. And it's like, well, how the hell did they do that? Well, some were actually picked, others through trades and others through free agency. And this is one of those free agency pickups on a legit prove it year for a guy who has the talent to come in and tell Canadian Eagle Theo, who can come in and tell Braxton Jones and Karan Amagaji all to sit the hell down. Because, I'm taking this spot till Ozzie gets back. And Wills, has the talent level to make Ozzie go like, okay, I see you. So the long-term aspect comes in if he is able to, show and prove on the field, come back healthy and still got that dog in him. Now we know how the left tackle market is, being here, maybe we get an inside track, or if he, has put in the work, which I'm sure he has, he's trying to get back on that trajectory to make, 20 mil a year, 25 mil a year, or whatever the price is. So he's highly motivated and he has a deeper background resume than anybody we have right now, for the left tackle position. So this is one of those free agency pickups that can benefit your team on a very low key way, but a very good astute signing by Ryan Poles and let Dan Rochard get his hands on him. And he has the athletic ability that Ben Johnson likes. So yeah, this is a good signing, a good upside with possibilities. I like it, kids.
I love it. Before you go, can I butter this up just a little bit? And this is going to give
it's
going to give you a better perspective for Braxton Jones.
Damn it.
I believe this puts Braxton Jones in a position to play swing for the first time in his career. And it's not uncommon for somebody to be paid that much money as a swing tackle at all. It's not. They're going to give Jedrick Wills every opportunity to man that left tackle role and be comfortable with keeping Braxton Jones as your swing tackle. So when you start hearing Braxton Jones is taking reps at right tackle, just understand the perspective we just put it in over here on the network. That's what I think they're trying to set up. They're giving him every opportunity to prove his worth and increase his market value. I think Jedrick Wills, if healthy, is going to, I'll put it this way. Remember those years where Nick Chubb and number 27, his backup that used to be in Kansas City, I can't think of his name right now, was just dog. No. Nick Chubb, and he was with Kansas City first, but ended up in Cleveland. Kareem Hunt. Think Kareem Hunt. They were eating the league alive in the run game, and everything that Cleveland was doing, they were Super Bowl contenders. Super Bowl contenders based off the run game and what they can produce off the run game, largely due to number 71. A lot of those runs came off of number 71 side. He is a bricklayer. He sets the foundation.
Well,
when he's healthy, he's that dude.
Much like you've been saying, in any event, getting younger and faster, and that's truly what this represents. He ran just under a 5 at the left tackle position, which is perfect.
By the way, and Trips, 26 years old.
Yeah, he's super, super young. Enough snaps at both sides of the ball over his career, whether in college or in the NFL, to spark my interest. Again, we're talking a top 10 pick in the draft that he came in at. That's a highly touted and caliber tackle. Like, that's really what you're looking at here with Jedrick Wills Jr. I am not the grandest fan of the idea of bringing back Braxton Jones and having him be your linchpin left tackle. So all I can say is, and I said it a couple of days ago, I don't expect him to win the job. And most importantly, I'm glad that there's competition in the room now, right? Bringing in a younger, potentially faster, more
Look at them stats. Look at them stats before you go any further. That shout out to Levante for putting that out.
For Wills, 2024, 95.5%, 2023, 94.6, 2022, 96.1, 2021, 96, 2020, 97%. So like he this is strictly pass block, and what Nomad was just speaking to as well is he can get it done in the run game too, given how well Nick Chubb and the homie Kareem Hunt were running the ball as well. So I have a fair amount of faith in this particular player. I didn't see this one coming. I think this was a great look by Ryan Poles at the left tackle position. All that being said, the other expectation I have is I'm highly doubtful that we'll be going into this particular draft seeking out a left tackle. I think these guys, we got younger at the position, we have older at the position, we have injured at the position, and then we have Karani Amagachi. He might have fallen into the injured category. In any event, there's competition, right? Those guys can go to work, battle, and see who comes out as the winner. I think his name is going to be Jedrick Wills Jr.
Yeah, well, just from everything said, he has more, let's say, inherent talent, for the left tackle position. And then Jojo Loco, or Ho Loco, also said that, come trade deadline, depending on how it's looking, between Theo, Braxton, and Wills, somebody could be trade bait to flip for an asset. So this is a good free agent pickup. Granted, he's coming off of an injury, but who's not? You almost and
Braxton Jones, right? I guess that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
But the juice is much more squeeze worthy with Wills, if you will.
Yeah, it's a higher caliber player. At the end of the day, it's a higher, a more highly touted player, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. So you stack him up in the same room with the other 2 injured guys, and 3 injured guys, man, and you figure out who's wins
the least injured and better player.
That's it. Competition.
Funny thing is, Poles got here in what, 2020?
Is it been 6 years yet? No,
it's 4 years. 20 is 21.
Okay, Wills came out in 2020. Poles knew of this player then.
Well, he would have been scouting him when he was at KC either way.
Okay,
right.
Now you just brought in some guys that you thought very, very highly of. One of them you had no chance of getting when he got drafted at number 10. when you were still in Kansas City. Now you're getting your chance to get hands on him. You got Dan Rochar in the building. This guy, Jedrick Wills, I didn't even consider in this offseason.
Yeah,
In fact, I didn't even know that he took pretty much almost 2 years off. I didn't even know.
And just real quick, Nomad, on that part, we see the healing time of these injuries is, let's say, a year, but that is not counting the time to get back into football shape. A lot of these players come back in a year, but they ain't right until year 2. That's why you commend Wills being saying, hey, let me step away. Let me get my shit together, if you will, and then let me come back strong and in shape and ready to compete and not being rushed back into it.
Trips, I'm so impressed. I'm almost as impressed with what they're doing in Chicago to be able to attract a player like this in a market that he had. There wasn't just Detroit. There was like 3 or 4 other teams that were having him in their building. There's serious consideration to get him on their rosters. They know how this is an A grade talent. And it's about, okay, can I get him in my building, as opposed to, it's not like the Bears was his only choice. He had options here. I'm just trying to give credit to the Bears organization because, we've SHIT'd on the Bears for quite some time, but somehow the brass in that building is getting the damn job done, and slowly for a lot of people, but getting it done nevertheless. But I'm just so impressed by the fact that he's versatile. He can go to the right side too, just for the record.
He played a bunch of right in college. Right.
Yeah, he can. He's just a player, and he took a year off of football. And to most people, that's just unheard of. Like, dog, you don't never do that. You might not ever see a market again if you take a year out of football. Nope. He shot all that down. He shot it all down, and I'm just glad he chose Chicago, and that the Bears have the kind of organization up there in Hallis Hall that can get this thing done. So credit to them, man. Credit to them.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch some film. You watch any Jedrick Wills film?
Of course I did.
Okay.
You think I would come to this show talking all this shit and didn't watch film?
I'm just asking you a question because I'm watching some film now, and maybe it's like a low lights film, but
so anytime you're watching film, you got to keep the film in perspective. When is that game being played? Who is he playing with? And all that kind of stuff. Who's he playing against? There's all kinds of factors. It could have been the next guy up.
And was he injured at the time?
Yeah, all kinds of things, man. You gotta, when you're watching film, it ain't just, oh, you fucked up here or you fucked up there. No, dog, it's things to it.
Sure.
Like the reason why he ended up losing almost 2 seasons is because he got hurt. His knee got hurt, but the team was on the surge. I listened to him tell the story. And so not only do I look at the tape, I just look at what they're talking about and what coaches are saying about him, what teammates are saying about him, all that stuff. I don't just stop at what I'm looking at on film. I go that far. And what I know is when he did get hurt, he nicked his knee up pretty bad, but that team was pushing towards making a run for the Super Bowl. So he just wanted to finish the drive because they were on a drive, and he pushed himself a little too far and he messed his knee up even further. And so what happened was when the game was over and the adrenaline settled down, he got home, the knee swole up on him and he couldn't bend it. And that's when he knew he had a problem. And so he went in and got the treatment, went and did what the coaches, and not the coaches, but the training staff told him to do. And they gave him every other option, and he had to choose surgery. And that surgery caused him to take a year off.
So he had surgery in 2024, you're saying?
somewhere around
took
it.
2025 basically off. Like there's a laundry, like it's, look, you know, these big boys play a very physical position, and there may be injury, right? Like I just have to put that out there. It's a lot of injury at that particular spot. I guess with the slight exception of Theo Benedict, he's like the one guy who hasn't been injured, at least not this season. But Jedrick's gone through a lot. He's gone through a fair amount of injuries in his career. And, you know, True Pilgrim is laying it down there in the chat in the same respect. So hopefully this year of rest and, you know, reclamation goes a long way for this particular player. I'm pulling for him because, again, I think he has the caliber to do it. I think he has the caliber to win that left tackle position.
Man, he's a mauler when he's right, and you give yourself some time and give your body some time to, man, again, I would say this to everybody that can hear my voice that plays football. If your body tells you it needs time to repair, so when you get like say for instance, kids, you see a football player that has 2 catastrophic injuries in back-to-back training camps, right? It's like, what the hell? You know what that is? That's his body telling him you're putting too much pressure on it. Take some time off and give this body a chance. The body's an incredible work of art because it will heal in miraculous ways. You just got to give it time to do it. And the pressure to get money is probably the ultimate scapegoat for why I would put my body at risk. You know, but this is a guy who stood 10 toes down and told himself, and probably with some advice, like give your body a chance to repair, bro. You'll be all right. Just give your body a chance to heal. And the football is such a violent game. I don't know why more people don't do that. It's not like the game is going anywhere.
Well, I understand why, and just what you're describing is a crazy set of circumstances that would lead you down that path. Because what's the ramifications of doing what he did is that this is right around when his rookie contract is over, and he should be looking towards signing a very big money deal, especially as at the position he plays. Taking that time off from a dollars and cents perspective, very detrimental to the wallet, right? Like that's why, especially at that young age, you don't necessarily want to do something like that.
Thinking that way will get you hurt
yourself.
Well, yeah, but at the same time,
short-term pain, long-term gain.
That's where we are right now, right? Like, so it's unfortunate that the reality is he's been hurt for the better part of these last few seasons. He needed that time to rest and recoup. Now it's prove it time.
Here's a better way to look at that. There's another way. I ain't gonna say a better way, but another way to look at it, because nobody's thought process is more right than the other here. If you think about it in the terms of a zero-sum game, if I don't make money now, I won't make money. You're gonna definitely do what you just got through saying. You got to push through it, and just whatever happens, happens. If you believe in yourself and you believe that your talent ain't no fluke and you'll be fine, I'm just going to listen to my body. Yeah, it's going to definitely refute some of the immediate short-term gains you can have, for sure. But at the end, man, he could probably double what he would have made in the first place.
Wow. Like, you're doing so well, and then you
He's
went over the top. You went over the top. I don't know if he's going to double anything. I think he has the opportunity to again prove it, take the job, grab the brass ring, and do very well for himself. Like, all of those things are definitely possible. I don't know if he's going to make more money now than he could have. You know,
I'm not saying
out. Like, that's
I'm talking about in the next couple of years or so.
I think he'll do well. Again, if he takes this job and he's able to stay healthy, I think the opportunity for him right away, year 2, is to potentially vie for the starting job again against Ozzy Trapillo, and in doing so, vie for a long-term big money contract, whether that's with Chicago or with another team. So this all works very well for Jedrick Wills. All he has to do is kick ass and stay healthy.
What if you can average for the next 7 to 10 years, $10-12 million a year?
Well, that's good and great. I'm just saying he's a top 10.
What if he could though?
No, I'm saying that's good. I'm saying he's a top. He was selected number 10 in the NFL draft. A number 10 tackle, if he lives up to his promise, could command $80 million, a la Tyler Linderbaum. You know what I mean? A la you know what I mean? Like look at the left tackle's salary that started as a top 10 pick and actually succeeded. Like those guys get paid for the blind side. They do. It's well known. It's a reason why they don't want to do what you suggest all the time, and that's move Braxton from right to left. You move him to the left, you're paying him strangely a lot more money on that left-hand side. So it's like he stood out to really make a lot of money in that role, and he decided to take care of himself. I respect that.
Because you look at what was the former Packer left tackle Sean Slater. You know, he's still on the market, but he's estimated asking, $20 million.
Yeah.
So if Wills can prove it this year, he's gonna want, something along those lines, I'm sure.
Look at Larry Borum. Right? Larry
Borum. I don't know how much he got paid, but sure.
I think he got paid about 19 per year, which is crazy talk.
Wait, Larry Borum got 19?
I think so, man.
He's making more money than Tevin.
I think he's making about 19, and it's a similar story minus all the injury.
Oh well,
Larry just wasn't very good here. He left.
If Bourne's making 19, Will's gonna want 30.
I'm just saying he left and he played very well for the teams that he played for. He really stepped up and answered the call when needed. Great. That'll put you in a position to really make good money at that position. But that's the position we're talking about. If you can come out of all this and still command a $20 million salary, wow, well done. And that's hopefully what winds up happening to a Jedrick Wills. So I like this one. Like this particular signing was low key, under the radar, didn't see it coming, but I think it's actually a really good quality answer. Because I didn't want them, I really didn't want them to go back into the draft and draft another one. So we have a conflict within the ranks. I want this to be Ozzy's job. And if it doesn't turn out to be Ozzy's job, hopefully it's because the guy who stepped into up to the plate is actually potentially a better talent and can actually hold down the fort in similar capacity at low wallet share money, which is really the important factor here. So I liked it. I like
the way they are addressing the position, because knowing that they spent a second round pick on Ozzy, they want him to start every opportunity to have that, cash in to pay for itself. Yeah. But if there's an issue and Ozzy has trouble coming back and Wills, plays good and prices himself into a 30 mil, or prices himself away or whatever. I took a peek at the 2027 left tackle draft class, and it seems to be hella deeper with a hell of a lot more talent. So you can get quality rookie at left tackle next draft class if necessary. But Wills and Amagaji and Theo and Braxton, all have the opportunity to make a name. So we should be okay. Left tackle still a big unknown, but it's been addressed, I think, the best way they can with the resources they have.
And I'll say this just to close this out, because we got to keep it moving. Man, Jedrick Wills Jr. is his real full name, has got some of the strongest intangibles. I'm talking about demeanor, disposition, pure talent, and just physical talent that got you drafted at the number 10 spot in that draft in 2020. The intangibles are incredible. Incredible. And you fool around and give yourself a year off of football. to get all of that stuff right. What we might be looking at here, and I'm gonna leave it here, is the potential for somebody to really, really, really blossom, and us not having a choice but to bring him back. And if they have some chemistry along that offensive line, he's got chemistry next to Tooney, and the whole thing works out. This could be a magnificent signing.
I agree.
But I got one question for you, kids. If you put Jedrick Wills, Jonah Jackson, and Darnell Wright in a lineup, would you be able to tell them apart?
Hey,
I think because I'm light skin literate. I would be.
you got light skinned kids. He know what it is.
I'm light skin literate, bro. It's like the Spider-Man meme though. All three of them in a room. Who's who? I don't know. It's Spider-Man.
Hey, you know what? He's got one hell of a story. It's deeper than what we're saying here, man. But just for football references, man, he's tough, man. And I would just say that that's part of the intangibles that he brings to the table, is he's freaking tough.
Yeah.
And physical.
It looks like he might be at this point a little bit pissed off too, which always bodes well at that particular position. So here's to hoping he's an angry player.
Does it surprise you that he's wearing number 71? What do you think he's wearing 71?
I don't know. I don't get the reference.
There's a number 71 that's dominant as all shit, that's built just like him.
Who?
Trent Williams.
Oh, okay.
So just like I think Deion Sanders is the best athlete that ever lived, and he happened to be a cornerback, and I was a cornerback, and so that's the guy that I patterned myself after. I wore too, and so this is what I'm talking about. The numbers tell a story too. He's Trent Williams, and that's who he patterns himself after.
It's starting to sound like my
dominant football player, and that's what the Chicago Bears want to be, especially Ben Johnson. He wants physically dominant football players that can really execute and force their will on the next man in front of them. And they just got that in Jedrick Wills. And I'm not even going to say nothing else about health. Just knocked on wood. This shit's finna ball out. Just gonna put it out. All right, y'all done with this? Because we got to keep it moving, man.
Yeah, I'm good with Jedrick Wills and the rest of these guys. I think there's a question in the chat, and I think it's a question for all of us. But I'm gonna pose the question, and I think we should readdress it after the draft. I'm not sure who put it in there, but the question was, let's line up the roster now versus the roster, at the end of December, and which one looks better on paper. And I think we got to reserve judgment on that particular question until we finish the draft, because now this is an unfinished product.
Well, if you look at apples to apples of what we did, Bush, DeMarco Jackson's been here re-signing, but Bush, Tremaine Edmonds, I think Bush is a better fit, financial aspects aside, which he's more economical, but I think he's a better fit for Dennis Allen. Kobe Bryant versus Kevin Byard. I think Bryant is faster and a better, more versatile fit than Byard. And if you look at Billings and Chris Williams versus Street and Gallimore, I would appreciate the speed and the intensity more of these two guys that we've signed. Kalif Raymond, he is, I think, an upgrade over Devin Duvernay and or Olamide Zaccheaus. Who am I forgetting? From Buffalo, Cam. Cam. I think he's an upgrade over CJ Gardner Johnson. So I think depth-wise, we've increased the team's speed and gotten younger, but I don't know about difference makers that have been added that are clearly difference makers that we can point to and say, yeah, we definitely got better there.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, what you didn't do is look at the negative side, and I'm not even going to do that at all. I'm just saying, I'm I'm just saying at the end of the day, when this offseason has come to a close, and we know what the 2026 Chicago Bears team looks like, um, I'm hoping that roster looks improved on paper. And where we are today, we got a little ways to go to get to that improved letter. That improved.
All I know is we got to move on, but we're looking at an incomplete picture, and I'm forecasting is the best way to describe what I'm putting down. Forecasting. I'm the type of person that can see around corners a little bit. Well, I don't care how you think about that. I've lived enough life to know that I've got that ability. Damn what you think. And this is a comprehensive thought of what the Chicago Bears can be with an incomplete picture. We don't know what they're going to do moving forward. We don't know how the hell the rest of this picture is going to look like. I'm just putting it down the way I see it now. And take it or leave it. You know what I mean? This is what we do around here. We break down football and give you the best representation of what's been going on with the Chicago Bears as we can, with some educated guesses. I guess that's what you can call what we just said here. But I feel good about what I just said, and I stand by it. And I'm sure everybody else feels good about what they said about what they said. And so we'll leave that there, man. But we got to get to some other stuff, and I'm going to lead the conversation off this way. We started the show off with the conversation about what happened in my vicinity with the storms and what doomsday survival is all about. Is about surviving through calamities and tight situations when you got to have certain things to help you get through moments. To me, that's what doomsday survival is all about. Is about making sure you get to the next part and having the resources and the supplies to help you get there. And doomsday survival isn't all about hoarding. It's not about hoarding. It's about making sure you have X amount of essential things to make sure you get through calamity. Calamities don't last forever, but they can last for quite a while if you're in a certain vicinity. You don't know how long stuff is going to last. So getting proper things around you and in your wherewithal to be able to apply them is important. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit more after we get through with this introduction, man. Give me a second. So this is just the basics of survival. Is making sure that you have proper amounts of tarp around you, various sizes, is what it says on here on the screen. And I'm just jumping ahead of you, Trips, before you go, because I just went through something here in the area. We just got through with a tornado situation, grapefruit size hail situation, and it got bad around here. And just this basic item, a piece of tarp. And again, they come in various sizes, can save you from having to go do something extreme and go extraordinary with your response to that. It's just a simple piece of equipment that you can use to keep you safe or just keep you dry at night. This piece of tarp, there's a story that I told earlier in the show for the people that wasn't there. We had tornado in my area, but this was, man, if you didn't have this, you're in trouble out here, man. Have some tarp in your home with various sizes. Go ahead, Trip.
Oh yeah, yeah, tarp. You can use it to cover holes in roof, to keep the water out, and you can use it if you're out as a emergency shelter to keep you dry, to keep the heat inside, to strap things down on the back of your pickup truck on the bed there. I mean, it has many uses that are not necessarily on the directions. It's whatever you need it for, or you put it down as a in your garden. If you want to block out the natural earth, and you put your own wood chips or soil or whatever on the top of it. So it's very adaptable to what you need. Different sizes, different prices, but you want to make sure you get a thick, good quality one. And it has the little holes usually uh periodically spaced out along the side, so you can strap it or tie it down as needed.
Tarp is an extremely valuable component to any survival situation for all the reasons Trips just got through talking about. It's just so many different ways that you can apply this to your situation. Just so happened that my situation didn't happen to be roof. Luckily, this is draped over a roof that apparently took a whole bunch of damage. And just to be able to get up in the middle of the night, kids, when you're like, damn, a storm just came through and just effed up my roof, and now I'm leaking in the kitchen, I'm leaking in parts of the living room, but they both in the same area. However, I do have a tarp long enough to hopefully be able to cover the damaged area. And so all you got to do is get your ass up there and drape the top on there. Make sure you got it strapped down, nailed down, whatever you decided to do. But you just got a quick answer to something that you have to deal with that all night long, and you ain't gonna be comfortable because you
Well,
got
And before you go, kids, shout out to Mark. He's on the road. He's taking off. He's a Packer fan. FGB, but it's all love. And if you run out to Smitty out there on the road, give him a for us. All right, go ahead, kids.
all right. Yeah. Okay. So I could have used the tarp last night. Is really where I didn't see this one coming. I didn't know what you had on the go, but could have used the tarp last night. I got a like a car tarp, which is like exactly what you're looking at here, but sort of specified with some rope to tie down your vehicle, and it would have been perfect in the ice storm. I could have saved a whole lot of hassle with respect to getting all the damn ice off my vehicle. That would have worked with the tarp. Wasn't thinking. Then again, at this point in life, I just don't care about Canadian weather anymore. I try to ignore the F out of it. But a tarp would have been helpful, and I actually have a tarp. Anyhow, my bad.
You know what's funny about this? Nobody thinks about, because things haven't happened to them yet. Nobody thinks about, everybody's got insurance. So you might have press a button in your car and supposedly somebody's supposed to come out there and take care of your whatever, your vehicle. I have an old enough car where it's not worth it to pay for full coverage on it. And so you just pay for liability. And guess what? They ain't covering storm damage and shit like that. You got to cover that. If you got a newer car, you ain't even thinking about this. You're gonna get to the next part of your life, and you're just gonna call your insurance company and tell them to come out here and deal with it. That's what you're gonna do. But if you're not me, you this doesn't mean anything to you. You think everything is new and you just got all the modern stuff, but everybody's not like you. Everybody's not like you. One of these days you will fall into a situation where, whether it be in your car or your home, I don't care how good your insurance is in your home. Whether or not they come out there that night to assess your damage or come out and you got some kind of coverage that will make sure that somebody comes out there and covers your roof. you screwed. They might give you complications of allocating funds for you to get to a hotel for the night. You might get screwed over there. And so I don't care how good you think your insurance is, you might have to get on a roof and strap your roof down and cover the hole in your roof. Do you have what it takes to get it done? That's what it's about. It's about having those things that in a pinch, you can respond to a tight situation. It's not unreasonable, is it?
No. No,
Right.
you got to do what you got to do, and if you have the equipment to support it, do it.
All right, let's get to the next thing, man. Keep it moving. This is another thing that I really strongly suggest people keep. Stupid, dumb, practical plywood. Keeping a couple sheets of that around, whether it's in your spare bedroom, whether it's in your basement, whether it's in your garage, whether it's in your shed. Keeping a handful of sheets of plywood around will save your turkey. Go ahead, Trips.
Yeah, because when the storms kick up and Mother Nature says, "Hey, I'm about to flex a little something on you," and the windows blow out, plywood, also need some nails and hammer, but are good to seal a window or door that's been broken or busted out. It's wood, so you have a saw. You cut it to whatever size you need for whatever application or purpose you need. Or use sheets to lay over your compost pile, or to protect it. So plywood is very versatile, and if worse comes to worse, you have it as fuel for fire if necessary.
Also, Trips, I'm glad you brought it up, is you can in pretty much every place you go to have it cut in proportion to the size that you want it for whatever reason you need it for. But I'm talking to the people that live in apartments and different places that they don't have a whole lot of space, but they have some space.
Mhm.
If you have a wall, you have space for some plywood. And if it helps you to slice it down to a certain size, whatever it takes for you, get it down to a certain size so you can store it and put it in a place where you can just sit it there and forget about it. But having it there is worth its weight in gold.
And then also with that said, if you like own your house or whatever, and the size of your windows, you can have the plywood, already pre-cut to those sizes if you don't have a handsaw and need to do it yourself. But you store it, and so when the situation arises, you just go and you spray paint it or write on it, whatever. And so front window middle or front window left, or bedroom window top floor, and you just take them, and you already have holes in there, and you just put them up. And so it's a lot easier if you already have it planned out, as opposed to a storm strikes and now you got to go find plywood and then try to measure it out. This is something that you can plan ahead, and as you have the resources, just accumulate the pieces. And so when the shit hits the fan, you are already ready to apply it and cover up the whatever you need to cover.
My suggestion would be, and it's just me, and I wouldn't cut it no more than in a half. And if I have to cut it beyond that, then that's just a task I need to do. Keep a saw around the house, a handy dandy fold out saw that you can fold back in. They got them all over the place, but keep yourself a saw. But I wouldn't cut this more than, if you're going to get a few pieces of it or more, never cut this thing more than a half until you need to cut it, because you just never know what you're going to need it for.
Mm-hmm.
But you got it there. Even if it's a half, you can put it all back together, smash them together and make it work. But Any last thoughts on this, man? Because I just went through a certain something that all this stuff ended up being real. I'm glad I'm a somewhat prepper because I wouldn't have been worth a shit if I wasn't.
Yeah, and like Nomad was saying earlier when he was relating the story, he doesn't have enough wood, enough tarps, enough duct tape, enough plastic, enough nails, enough hammers to go around for everybody that needed them. Hopefully, he had enough for his own purposes first, because of course you want to help everybody, but you're gonna help yourself first. So if you have let's say not only a wall, but if you have storage issues, store it under your bed, flat on the floor, stack it under there, or some things like this you can figure out where to camouflage them in plain sight. If you have a space issue, but you can figure it out, and it's not expensive. It's very versatile and useful.
Amen to that. I'm gonna make an executive decision right now because stuff is going on around me, and I think I'm gonna have to get up a lot earlier than I thought I was, and that's gonna cause me to. I gotta hop over the 1942 Battle of LA story, and I promise to bring it. We'll do it next week. We'll do it next week. But I'm surprised that I was able to get to where I am with the story right now. But it'll be better next week because I'll have more time to do it. But I didn't predict what was going to happen to me this week, and I need to do some stuff. But we're gonna hop right to the movies, man, and do the movie review before we get out of here. But this is, hey man, get you some plywood in your home. Get you some plywood in your home. You're gonna need it. But let me.
Yeah, Mark, we've covered Jenny already. Every Wednesday we do extra sauce, and we do the prepping part, and we cover tools and items necessary or useful in emergency situations, and we have covered the generator previously.
All right, we're gonna get to it, man. Give me a second. Triple R.
Silence of the Lambs. Hello, Clarice.
This has got to be. It's definitely one of the best movies I've ever seen. It's definitely something that's in my wheelhouse because pretty much I'm a psychologist. That's just the field of work I've done. That's the field of study I did in school. And everything about it attracted me to the movie. It's just, holy crap, what a game people can play on you psychologically and turn you into a situation where you never expected yourself to be. And you're this cocky, psychologist that's going to go in here and get into the mind of this man and break him down. And what the fuck happened to you?
Man, there's so much going on in this movie, from the quotables, it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again. Buffalo Bill and Clarice Sterling, and it's not only the psychological thriller of this young nascent FBI trainee recruit agent, tracking down a serial killer, serial unaliver.
There you
go. It has the politics within the FBI. It has the interpersonal relationships or not, and then it has the look into this evil, horrific person in Dr. Hannibal Lecter, but you saw the human side of him. He was actually kind of fucking cool, and it's like
the fuck he wasn't.
Shit, the people that deserved it, got what they needed. But other than that, he wasn't a arbitrary, just taking people off the street. He was you've wronged or you're deserving, so you're gonna get it. Whereas Buffalo Bill, on the other hand, he was, bad taking people off the street. So, and overall, yes, Hannibal Lecter was a bad guy, but he was not an anti-hero. I mean, because he was a bad guy, but he was kind of what was he, kids? You were attracted to him. He was very not compa
he was like V, but in another way.
Like who?
V. Remember V? V for Victor?
Yeah, showing this. But he
was a Robin Hood.
That's the word I was looking for. Very charismatic.
He was a Robin Hood, but in a sick way.
Yeah. You know what I mean? He shared the brains with the little kid on the plane, you know what I'm saying? So he was generous with his stuff, but his stuff was just kind of out there.
Trips, there is nothing good about this guy.
Well, I mean,
I tried to help him, but there ain't nothing good.
I mean, I kind of like him. For bad guys, but he was a bad guy, but he did bad things, but to bad people. He didn't do bad things to good people unless they got in his way. But then that's just nature of the game.
Look at Patrick Hitton. Scared the hell out of me seeing this as a 12-year. There's no redeemable qualities about this guy. Nothing. You just effed up.
Yeah.
And people like them need to be demolished.
But the genius, the intellect, and he knew what was going on, but he had that the coldness quality, where he didn't feel the empathy like that. He was a very logical guy. He was just kind of dark with it.
Kinda.
Well, I mean, sure, he ate people, but I mean, they were bad people, but they probably tasted good,
Oh my God. Yeah, I gotta clean that up.
Don't you hurt my dog? You will have a new definition what pain really is.
I think the realization, like when I saw this movie, I was fairly young when I first saw this movie, and like young. I don't mean like toddler young or nothing like that. I'm talking about formative years when I saw this. And I'm being honest with you. And I tell you, like, this came from somewhere. That's not somebody's screenplay that they just pulled out of their behind. Those are real life situations that were brought together to make this movie. There is some absolute sick. When I say sick, I mean just mentally, there's no fixing those. There's no redeeming people like this. You can't help people like this. And they're around us. That's what's bad about it. Hannibal Lecter is around us in multiple ways. This is a sick. The thoughts that you have, to even have the thoughts that he did. Oh man, I don't even know how people's mind can calculate this stuff.
Well, I mean, you can have the thoughts, you just don't act on them.
You can't even have the thoughts.
Well, you can't help what you think about.
Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the hell you can. Just control those thoughts and don't let the thoughts control you.
Well, yeah, it's controlling them, but it don't mean you don't have them.
Oh man, this is bad. This is beyond bad to me.
Well, but this is the world we live in. Especially with the cutting of mental health services. Whereas when you have those thoughts or those voices or those feelings or those urges or those inklings, that you can speak to someone who can level you out and make sure that nothing bad happens to you or anybody else. But a lot of people have those thoughts and they're perfectly normal and they don't give a damn and not trying to seek help. So understanding that mentality is out there and understanding that mentality and
Oh, yeah.
recognizing maybe some traits in it and knowing how to
I worked
deal with it if you ultimately have to, I'm good. Yeah, it's what it is.
no, Trips. I'm not saying I worked in it. Just
Oh,
remember that. Remember that I worked around it. I
Clarice.
worked around it. And you can't just casually say these thoughts are normal. They ain't normal.
Well, they are normal for some people.
They ain't normal. And I don't
No,
care
they're
for
not normal for
some
all
people,
people, but they are very normal for a segment of the population.
but it's not normal.
Well, it's not good, but it's very normal.
It's not normal.
What are you normalizing here, Trip?
That I'm not normalizing it. That people have you stepped away, but I was looking at the difference between Dr. Hannibal Lecter and his things versus
Proclivities?
Buffalo Bill.
The sickness.
Yeah, his sickness. All
His
right.
proclivities.
But if you look at the two, they were both unalivers and both very bad people. But I'm taking the position that Hannibal Lecter is not only more intellectual, but he was more discerning with who he dined upon. Whereas Buffalo Bill was just kind of like willy-nilly, this is what I need, so it doesn't matter.
Whoa.
Like hold on before you even go to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, what are we saying is okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I was asking him, what is he normalizing? He just told me, and I'm not sure with it.
This is sick.
Okay. So this guy's a genius, but the term evil genius exists for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's probably the best way to put it. He's definitely an intellectual. He's one of the smartest villains that I think we've ever been introduced
and you know
to.
what, Kiss? I think calling him an intellectual and a genius at the same time, I think purports to cool in a lot of people's mind. And that ain't cool. What you use your intellect and genius for ain't cool.
Well, this is why I said evil genius at the end of it, right? This is where the term evil genius fits extremely well. Yes, he snacked on folks. Like, I don't know, did you guys get the chance to see any of the sequels to this movie?
I seen a little bit of Red Dragon.
Red Dragon is the
Dragon.
funniest movie of all time, man. Wow, Red Dragon was wild for me to watch after watching this movie, because that dinner scene is one of the craziest scenes I've ever sat and watched in a film. This movie's great for what it's worth, to introduce you to the character and show you the level of intellect that he actually has, again, being the evil genius that he is. But then taking it a step further and giving you sort of the lead in the next film was pretty wild, man. It's pretty crazy, the Red Dragon on top of this one.
But then also from the perspectives of not only that, but from not the politics side of law enforcement or the FBI or the Italian police from the other one, but the forensic research and study of the mind and the forecast and all of that stuff. I find that interesting, the psychological aspects of it all, and finding the MO and where this person's going to strike next, and then realizing it's like, hey, Buffalo Bill and Lecter, those are two different people. And finding the correlations between the two. I like that intellectual law enforcement side of it as well, the forensic aspects of it.
Yeah, they did a good job with that, actually. They gave you a real good look into the mind of the I won't just say like the police officer, but the policing organization that is set up to track something like this down. And again, he's a smart dude, man. He's doing what he can to not get caught, right? He's doing a real good job. But geez, this is a pretty crazy movie. I got to give shout outs to Jodie Foster. Strangely enough, she did a great job in this film. and tends to do a pretty good job in just about anything she's in. So again, shout outs to her and all of her work. There hasn't been too many Jodie Foster films that aren't worth its weight. So keep that in mind when you're looking for something to watch. This is definitely something to watch. Dramatic as all hell, and good Lord, that psyche, like taking you into sort of the mind of somebody of this ilk, is a heavy lift, and I think they did a great job in this movie.
And tell me you didn't feel not only the intellect, the human side, but the dry wit and humor that Anthony Hopkins, did in all of this. And it's like, from the scene where he saved Clarice, Agent Starling, from the wild the boars.
Mm-hmm.
So he just picked her up and he was very calm, kept his heart rate, steady, so that these wild animals did not smell any fear or that he was prey at all. And he was just chill. It was like, hey, what up, piggies? He walked on, did his thing, and then talked my man's servant into doing him. And it was like, yeah, I love that. But yeah, he's bad. Yeah, I get it, but I love that about him.
I'd say this, man. If a human being has a moment or two or three, however many he has in his life, of, let's just say, generosity or what appears to be compassion, all I know is, based off experience, they aren't moments of compassion or feeling anything. It's just an opportunity to show that, okay, I don't want you to think of me as a bad person. That's what it is. In the world of psychology, that's what that is. They don't have any human emotion. This is like we do. Hold on, kids. Uncle Nick, let me finish.
All right.
This ain't like this ain't the moment where we're talking about UFOs, UAPs, and all that kind of stuff. When I start seeing this is like everyday life. There's people out here like that. When I start thinking about who ain't human, I start thinking about these folks who don't have normal human emotions and just can't feel nothing.
Yeah, no empathy.
But their own gratification for whatever evil that gratification comes through. They ain't human to me.
I can't argue with you there at all. I guess even I can. I think that's actually the purpose of this film, right? I think that's actually the real purpose is to sort of show you the humanity inside the mind of a madman, right? This is an aspect of humanity. However,
psychopaths are people too.
You know what I mean? Like that's a great way of
saying, man.
No, but they some people are, and this is I think the purpose of this film is really to give you a glimpse inside the mind of a psychopath that is not just a psychopath, but he's also a genius, a very intellectual, very, very intelligent madman, and it humanizes him to a certain degree, and I think that's really the crux of this film, right?
How about this name, kids? An intelligent subhuman. He's less than human.
Well, he's a piece of shit.
He's
don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that I think that was the actual purpose of this movie, was to say, hey, look at this piece of shit. Look at this absolute degenerate. But can you relate to him even on a small level? And I think strangely, at the end of the movie, most of us kind of think a little bit that we might be able to sort of understand Hannibal Lecter. We can't understand all of his machinations and madness because they don't get like
right.
They don't.
You don't have to agree with it.
You can't agree with it. Like
right.
I think they get deeper into this same angle in Red Dragon to really show you sort of where it came from.
Hold on, you don't even have to agree with, like you said. Of course, you don't agree with it. If you can find a way to reason with it, you're already down the wrong. You're down a bad path, bro.
Well, no, I don't.
You are. You down a fucked up path.
Well,
take
here's
it easy. It's
like
a movie. You know what I mean? Like it's a film.
Patrick. Some people are natural born predators. I mean, it is. I mean, people are born bad cold. People are born evil. You know, people are born who are not necessarily, intellectually gifted, but are just psychopaths.
See, that's where I disagree. I disagree with that statement altogether. I don't think
they are not human.
I don't think he was born this way, and I think that's the sort of the purpose of Red Dragon is to show he wasn't born this way. He developed stimuli pushed him to become this thing, right? Like that's what the second film is more rooted around than the first. The first is like he done this stuff, who done it? It ain't this guy. You know what I mean? Oh no, it's this guy, right? Like that's film A. Film B is here's kind of how he got to this level of madness, right? And it gives you that.
You know what? This is to me a snapshot of society in its whole.
Whoa!
I'm finna tell you something here, man. It's gonna sink in with you when I'm done. This is a snapshot of society because people are far too willing to rationalize evil and not call evil and subhuman. You know, I come from a history class that labeled black people as 3/5 of a human being, but this ain't got nothing to do with race. What I'm talking about ain't got shit to do with race. Who we label as 3/5 a human should be the people who think like this, who have this kind of psyche, who are in control of governments and leading us to disaster after disaster after disaster after disaster that have all kinds of money. So the human mind is perfectly built, and psyche is perfectly built for empathy. But then you have those people who don't have those borders of empathy and feeling, that sees a pack of puppies on the side of the highway and doesn't have the gumption to get out of the car and take care of those puppies or whatever they are. Those are humans. The person that would get those puppies and put them in a body of water and try to unalive them are the people that have no borders and no restriction on their psyche, and they end up with all the money in the world and end up controlling society and putting us in the shit that we are in now. And I'm not trying to steer too far from this movie, but I ain't sitting here and finna let nobody peanut butter and jelly up crazy. This is fucked up and they're not right.
Yeah, but that's
the world is fucked up and ain't right.
But that's exactly.
No, I'm the world and I'm not fucked up.
Well, you ain't the only one in the world.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's exactly what this film is, though, right? Like this film is quite literally them buttering up a madman and an evil genius and allowing the mass public, the regular Joe, to, I'm not going to use the word sympathize, but definitely empathize with him to a certain degree. You can't feel bad for the guy because that ain't, like he's a piece of shit.
Bad guy.
You know what I mean? He's a piece of shit. But you can sort of feel, for the level of intellect that he brings to the table and how he got there. And as stated, it gets deeper into his roots and how he became who he is in the subsequent film. I think what you're saying is a fair thing to say, Nomad. I'm just saying the movie itself, quite honestly, does exactly what you're suggesting that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't really empathize with bad folks, and you shouldn't really feel any kind of a way about the bad guy. But that's really what this. There's a lot of anti-hero.
Right.
Films out there where you pay like No Country for Old Men, as a for instance. He ain't eat nobody, but he ain't necessarily a great guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's Tony Soprano, not a great guy, but you watch the show and you pay attention to, again, the level of piece of shit that Tony Soprano.
I'm trying to make a point of, I'm talking about society as a whole. And I'm not talking about here in the United States. I'm not talking about here in the state of Illinois. I'm talking about a society, a world society. I think we've become too accustomed to that kind of individual being normal. That's not.
It's not. Yeah, and to that degree, I'm in full agreement with you. And you know, Patrick is sort of hitting on something here in the chat.
Don't put it up. I can't put it up.
Why?
Because he has the K word in it.
Okay, cool. I'll read it. I'll skip that word. So, kids, you don't think some people are born this way? Some believe in nurture over nature. I'm not one of them. Some kids unalive animals for absolutely no reason other than to enjoy watching pain and unaliving.
True.
Fair. I disagree with that statement. I'm sorry. This is where parenting comes into play. And if you have a child that's doing that to animals, that's on you, dog. That's how I see it.
Well, yeah, but you also have those that don't have parents to stop them, and then you have those that learn it from their parents. So
all of those angles are
genetics. It's genetics, brother. It's genetics. It's like genetics. What do you do if you see that tendency in your child that
you don't nurture that? Let me answer that. You don't nurture that. You don't encourage that. You deal with it. And you curtail it and curb that type of activity or that type of nature, if that's how your kid is. Like, you do, because very simply, you should be looking at your child. If you bump into your kid and he's like, "Mommy, I offed a turtle today," you should probably think about that for a second and recognize that your kid might not be in a good mental space, and you should work in whatever capacity is required to turn them away from unaliving turtles. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, this is where parents really come into play. Sometimes, sometimes kids do dumb shit.
No, right? How about this, kids? How about this? Now, I've seen this in multiple instances. Multiple. You got a 2-year-old toddler that's the only kid until this infant comes in. And the infant comes in, and some people might consider this normal.
It is, but keep going.
Listen. I haven't even told you what happened.
But I know where you're going.
Where am I going, man?
No. You tell me where you're going.
If the 2-year-old haul off and knock the shit out of an infant, I'm talking about infant, like just can't even talk yet. That's normal?
Yes.
No.
It is normal, and I'm going to explain to you why. It's just like a dog.
Let
me explain to you. It's just like a dog. You bring a new dog into his territory. That dog is going to feel territorial and beat up on the little dog. It's very, very normal.
Or the 2-year-old will see the baby and give it a big hug and kiss. The big dog will see the little dog and be like, "Hey, give me some love,"
and feel protective. There's both sides of the spectrum here. But just to say, I've definitely seen the older sibling who was, again, getting all of the attention from the parents up until the new sibling has shown up, feel a bit of a way about that. It's very, very normal. Right?
So
I'm not going to sit here and say that 2-year-old.
Hold on, Ted. If he hauls off with his hand or her hand and just smack the dog shit out of him, that's normal, right?
I just finished saying
yeah, nay, I'm going somewhere. Yeah, nay, that's normal.
I just finished saying yes. It is actually very normal. This happens all the time.
He picks up his Tonka truck or his little toy and just crack the dog shit out of him. That's normal too.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they don't know that they're causing injury or
they
harm with the
absolutely
thing.
know.
They just know that they're mad and they're lashing out.
It's not just that they're mad, but they're definitely latching out because, again, all of the attention
Jealous
for
ones.
the last 2 years, it was the world was theirs. Like their parents' world was owned by the child, and now they have to share that world. They have to share their food. Like another example, without getting like extreme into them, like hitting each other. Another easy example is just dinner time. Very normal. The older sibling and now the younger sibling, older sibling will look over at the younger sibling's plate and just eat their food. Super normal because this was all mine before, and now I have to share with you. No, I'm gonna eat your
That's
food.
kind of normal, but we're talking. There's a difference between, okay, I see something that I want and I'm gonna take it from you because I can, versus somebody that has the propensity to hurt.
Not to a 2-year-old who
No,
doesn't.
in psychology, it makes a difference.
It doesn't because
a
a 2-year-old
motherfucker, I do psychology.
I'm not saying you don't do psychology. I'm saying that a 2-year-old, unfortunately, wouldn't know the difference, wouldn't know better than to lash out with anger and or violence. They haven't been trained to know the difference.
But
4 or 5 years old, they would know the difference.
I would think what Nomad is saying is more than, let's say, a 2-year-old who, let's say, doesn't know the difference between right and wrong and doesn't care, but sees their younger sibling as something to be abused or to, cut on or burn on purpose just to see it happen. That's different than a jealousy lash out.
Yeah.
So that bad code, that bad DNA, that black-hearted 2-year-old is different than a 2-year-old who's just feeling a certain kind of way about their younger sibling.
So with you guys laying it down like that, the difference between that type of 2-year-old, again, black-hearted, and one who just is lashing out in jealousy, in my opinion, is that 2-year-old has been allowed to carry on that particular behavior. I'm trying to think of Game of Thrones. Like a Game of Thrones is actually a good reference. So the Mountain and the Hound, for those of you who watch the show, the Mountain is the older brother of the Hound. And at some point in his existence, he basically just grabs his brother's face because he had something he wanted in jealousy. He took his brother's face and just buried it in a fire, burned up his brother's face. So the Hound's all scarred up. And that's sort of their family dynamic, is that he hates his older brother because of this thing he did to him, because he's gone his entire life scarred because his brother's an asshole. And this is similar to what we're talking about. But again, to ask me the question, if this is technically normal behavior for siblings at a young age, it is. The problem is the parents cannot abide by that with the older sibling. The older sibling must be reprimanded, must be disciplined to discourage that behavior from happening on a recurring basis.
Let me say this, kids. In this world, there's a certain amount of behaviors a child can exhibit at a very, very small age that can be trained out of that child through experiences, through repetition, just through basic rearing of a small person. Just consistently teaching, you can train some things out of a child, but then there's instincts, and what that small person's natural instincts are is less easy to walk that out of them, and that's going to manifest into other things in his life if that's his or her natural instincts. And there's no getting around that. I've learned that through experience, that even if you say, hey, don't you ever do that to your brother or your sister, don't you ever, you love and you cherish your brother or your sister, that may or may not be his or her natural instincts.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me finish, bro. And to be able to right then and there, and that behaviors that continue to happen after that is going to be your locator for whether or not this is normal child behavior or human behavior, or is this something else I got to keep my eye on more? Because if it's a little more than that, I can't leave this kid alone with my other child, because ain't no telling what the fuck is going to happen to him. And if you're one of those delusional parents that thinks, okay, he's just going to grow out of this, she's going to grow out of it, you're going to have an effed up kid.
Well, that's why we got so many effed up kids, because it's not that parents are delusional all the time, but it is a delusion. But they're thinking, they're just kids, or they'll grow out, or the parents not paying really much of attention, the kids just doing it on the down low, or it's a learned behavior thing when kids get into their own groups and they get into the occult, or the that kind of thing where you want to torture animals because they listen to Ozzy Osbourne or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's more of a peer pressure kind of thing. But inherently, not all people born are good, and not all parents are good, and not all parents are paying attention even if they are good. So there's a lot of cracks for dark-hearted individuals to slip through.
Trip, that was so well put, brother. It's like at the end of the day, the example that you're giving, the missing ingredient is the word discipline. You can't just sort of look at the situation and be like, he'll grow out of it. It's okay. They're kids. No, you deal with that from a disciplinary perspective. At some point, somebody has to be the disciplinarian in the rearing of the child, especially in a situation like this. A lot of the time, again, we're talking about single mother situations where they just may not have the time, energy, and effort to be the disciplinarian.
Yeah, don't have that much bandwidth.
You know what I mean? You're out there, you're working, you're hustling, you're trying to feed the kids, let alone deal with this little situation where one's picking on the other. No.
That brings up, there's a comment right here. The Black Echo said, my brother pushed me off the couch and I broke my collarbone at 3. He told my parents I jumped.
You're damn
now,
right.
question, was he playing like wrestling and he knocks you off and he saw you get hurt and he didn't want to get in trouble, so he said you jumped? Or, was he being mean or dark-hearted and trying to torture you and push you off for fun and then lied and said you jumped? What was the circumstance? And second follow-up question, what is your relationship like today?
Well, there's a good question. Before we answer that, let's just rewind for a second. And we're talking about The Silence of the Lambs, and that movie is all about psychology, in my opinion. Just me being a person that studied this, it's all psychology in my mind. And the movie is the movie, the screenplay is the screenplay, and the production of it is the production of it. Excellent. We went into the psyche of the human mind, and that's where we are right now. And we went all the way back to childhood and how to identify certain things in a young person, small human being, that is early warning signs or not. That does he or she have these certain kinds of traits, whether it be good or bad? Like there's a fine line to walk here, and that doesn't mean you go put your child in water and unalive them at birth because you see something. That means you should identify some stuff early and don't delude yourself into believing that my child is normal because I said my child is normal. You deluding yourself. Sometimes you got some effed up little kids and you don't want to admit that you got some effed up little kids who are going to grow into Hannibal fucking Lecter.
Mm-hmm. And because that's an embarrassment on them, and now it's more of a selfish thing. It's not about the kid. It's about how the kid makes them look as a parent, or it's about, the parent just not caring or not knowing. But let's see the answer. Black Echo says they were play wrestling and he didn't want the belt from the parents. Saying, well, none of that smoked ass. I feel that.
No,
so now granted, it wasn't a malicious kind of I'm breaking your collarbone on purpose. They were play wrestling, but he knew enough to lie. You know what I mean?
I bet you that they're cool now as adults. You know what I mean? I bet you that they have a great relationship. I also bet you that Play Wrestling was a little bit, less rambunctious after the fact. There, Black Echo. I just have to say that. But yes, he found his way out of trouble, and I'm sure your parents focused much more so on you and your collarbone situation than they did on the actual incident or accident at the time. If he continued to be malicious to you after the fact, then I would feel remiss about how your parents handled the situation.
Yeah, like how are you all today, there, Black Echo?
I think I bet you they're thick as thieves, man.
Well,
What
the
does
thing
one
is,
cover?
man,
One
just to get to the next thing, we're talking about the human psychology, human biology, and everything that comes with it. And I'd say this, man, that cycles, if allowed, bad human behavior cycles will continue.
Yes.
If not disrupted.
Well said,
and
sir.
become worse because when you are not taught, but from a young age, think this is how things are supposed to go, the next generation that is affected by that psyche is going to be worse. And then the next generation of that is going to be worse. It's a spiral downward, into darkness. There is no light in any of that. And if there was light, nobody's teaching them to go toward that light. So that is how, the cycle gets worse. And as those people have children, there you go.
Yeah.
He said Black Echoes, we're all right. He wouldn't say that they're best friends or anything.
Well, fair enough. I hope you ain't holding a grudge about the 3-year-old incident.
You know what I mean? He ain't getting one of his kidneys if it comes down.
It's funny. It's funny that this conversation about the movie Silence of the Lambs has matriculated down to this conversation about human behavior as children. You know what I mean?
What it's about.
But it all has relation. All of
Yeah.
it. So it's not that we're trying to make you feel like you're less than or better than or anything like that. It's just about thought. This movie is I ask you kids and trips, give me a thinking man's movie. This is the ultimate thinking man's movie because it makes you think so deeply and makes you give reference to things way in the back of your catalog in your head. It's like, wow, what was that all about? Things that happened in your own childhood, maybe, I don't know, but somebody else's childhood that that's experienced some things and some people that you've known in your life that's just like, that ain't right. What the hell is going on with him?
Look, man, I don't know anybody like this guy though. You know what I mean?
No. I'm just talking about some odd human. Some odd ass human beings.
I know some holy terrors, man. I know some holy terrors, but not quite like Hannibal Lecter, man. Hannibal Lecter kind of takes the cake at the end of the day. He's a special breed of evil genius that I'm quite glad I have not come across in my 10-year-old.
He might have been sitting next to your ass.
Well, actually, you may have. That's the thing about him. You don't know because he doesn't project as that dude that you see sitting on the bus talking to himself like, yeah, I'm gonna avoid that dude. Or he doesn't project, walking down the street, looking all crazy. He's like, hey, how you doing, sir?
He's the most
would you care for some fava beans and a lovely Chianti?
He's the most discreet person. He's the most discreet person you ever meet in your life. You won't even know he's there. You won't even know he's there.
That is also those are very, very fair comments. Because again, if there's anybody that I've met that's anything like this, real talk, I wouldn't even know. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't. It would only be in retrospect where it's like, you know what though. He's a little bit of a weirdo.
If I read the clues and put them together.
He was a little bit. I remember that time that he was out in the forest doing it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
He was a little bit cannibally.
Let me pose this: Silence of the Lambs, top 100 movies you ever seen.
Oh, definitely.
I would have to say, yeah.
All right. I'm
Because it's one of those movies that no matter how many times I've seen it, I could watch it again and be like, oh shit, that's what that meant,
Man,
or that
yeah.
reference or something.
It is a great film to watch twice, right? Like it honestly is. You watch it the first time, you go through the movie, you see what Wagwan, as we
this
say.
will F you up even worse the second time.
Well, no, it might, but the thing is,
More subtleties and the nuances of it.
the intellectual nature of the film and the things he's kind of alluding to makes so much more sense the second time around. Young Clarice running from the screaming of the lambs.
Let's end the show on a more positive note, because I could not do the 1942 Battle of LA story just because, man, it's just shit going on in my life. But I want to talk about it, but this is going to be a little bit fun too. Kez might take a little bit more fun out of this.
Okay.
Can I lead it?
Sure.
That's all you two right there.
I'm not the biggest fan of comic books. I'm not the biggest fan of sci-fi movies that show you all these superheroes and all this different kinds of things, until a little bit more recent in my life.
Before you continue, I just want to give you a little thumbs up with respect to a little bit of an anti-hero theme here tonight. So, well done.
Okay,
continue.
I appreciate that,
Yeah,
because I like a positive note. We went to the dark side for a minute.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dark side.
And we still at the dark side, actually, because this is, you know what, kids, go ahead and take over, because you got a hell of
this your shit, kids.
All right, we'll go comic book accuracy. So this movie is slightly inaccurate from a comic book perspective. They did a great job. Okay, so I'll give you the comic book version of this story in a nutshell. In a nutshell, Thanos in the comics is in love, and this is what they left out of the movie. He's in love.
With the other woman?
Great question. So the woman he's in love with is not in this film at all. The woman he's in love with is actually a version of Hela from the Thor movies. I believe it's Thor 3, where Hela shows up and takes everything over and whoops both Thor and Loki's ass. So Hela is in some capacities also known as Lady Death. In Marvel Comics, Thanos, for some reason, becomes enamored with Lady Death, and he wants to show Lady Death what he's made of by offering half of the universe as an offering to her to win her over. So this is actually a love story. Cool thing about this movie, again, for a comic book guy like myself, is that you get into the theater and you're like, okay, so how are they going to do this? And they decided to do something different, which made it interesting to me, right? And it's like, oh, it's not exactly what I've already seen and known. They're doing something different. It's a bit of a spin on what I know to be the actual story. Let's see how this pans out. So they do things just slightly different. But again, originally, this was actually a love story about Thanos and Lady Death. When Thanos offs half of the known universe as this offering of love, she still rejects him, which is like the funniest part of the whole thing. And it's really an unrequited love story where Thanos has gone to the ends of the earth, or the ends of the universe, if you will, committed this act, secured the Infinity Stones, committed this act as this overture to this Lady Death, his love interest, and was still dissed at the altar, right? She still wound up saying, "Go pound sand," and now he's sort of left fighting the Avengers, right? That's the difference between what we know as Avengers Endgame the previous film versus the way it shakes out in the comics. Now, this movie is about an anti-hero version of Thanos, which is quite cool again to me. The difference is Jack, man, I can't even Jack actually reads the comics. So Jack knows about the Lady Dove. It's one of the funniest stories of all time. This love triangle between Thanos and Deadpool. Like, while this is happening, there's sort of a secondary story. Thanos hires Deadpool to go and escort his lady love, Lady Death, during this whole, while he's trying to get the Infinity Stones, and Deadpool basically goes off with, and protects her, and she falls in love with Deadpool and eventually winds up marrying Deadpool, only for Thanos to find out and be like, bro, like I hired you to do a job.
Bro,
You know what I mean? You did the job, then stole the girl from me. That's messed up. So he winds up cursing Deadpool to it's hilarious. He winds up cursing Deadpool to full-on immortal status. Deadpool cannot die. Not only does he have the healing factor that we're all familiar with, he can't die. So he curses him first and then beats him to death. So like the funniest part of this is like this like temporary death that Deadpool has after Thanos beats him down, sends him back to hell to spend some time with Lady Death. They do the do. They do the do, and he comes back to like consciousness, and he's at Thanos' spot, and Thanos is like, perfect, you're back? Oh, whoop your. And so like there's just like this cycle of Thanos unaliving Deadpool, sending him back to hell to go do it with his girlfriend and come back and do the whole process again. It's actually a super funny little loop. But back to the actual movie.
Wait a minute, before you go any further, kids, let me ask you a question. You ever heard of the cartoon Speed Racer?
Yeah,
go Speed Racer, go.
Yeah, man.
That's Me TV stuff. Is there a comic book on that?
I believe there's a manga. I believe it's Japanese. But yes, I'm quite certain there's Speed Racer comics for sure.
Yeah, it was like anime before anime.
Yeah,
because I remember comics were kind of annoying to me because I don't know if I was like dyslexic as a child or whatever, but trying to read those little fucking cloud boxes and going this way and that way, it confused the hell out of me. So I was like, yeah, fuck this shit.
If you don't know if you were dyslexic as a child, you might be dyslexic.
Yeah. So, because I was, what I mean? Reading it backwards and not being able to follow.
Oh, yeah, so you like, read backwards. You definitely was.
Yeah, you're Lex Dixon.
Yeah, exactly. So Speed Racer, I do remember, it was obviously the cartoon on TV, but I remember where its origins, I saw someplace was Japanese.
Yeah.
And like even some of the references in the show were like old school shit like that. But like looking at the Avengers, it's like I got so confused. I don't know the timelines. I don't know what galaxy they're in. But now Guardians of the Galaxy, I enjoyed. Groot and Rocket and them. It was funny. The soundtrack, kick ass. But like these guys, like once Chadwick Boseman was gone, I had no further interest in anything. So it's kind of like, oh, now what movie is this? Number 18 of what? And who has a spinoff? And who is this?
Yeah. So since you brought Guardians in, Guardians versus like this Avengers story happens like, I'm gonna have to say probably like in the 80s. It might even be like early 80s. Like this is an old story, which does include the Guardians of the Galaxy, but the Guardians of the Galaxy's key, like the three movies you're familiar with, that scope of comic doesn't come out till much later. It's hilarious in the comic. Like those comics are super funny, and all of that translates very well to the silver screen. But like I was saying about this movie specifically, the anti-hero story is Thanos is trying to save the universe by offing 50% of the universe so that they can You know, so that they have so that they have resources for the remaining folks. Like there's like actually like, you know, aside to this story where Thanos is like, I'm kind of doing something good for everybody that survives the snap. It's kind of like,
for those that don't know, well,
you know what I mean? They're no longer here, so I don't have to worry about them. But the upside is now all y'all can eat. There shouldn't be any starvation. There shouldn't be any, you know what I'm saying? There's resources now for the remainder of the known universe. So they paint Thanos in a bit of a different manner, which I appreciated. It really turns him into an anti-hero. But you can actually, much like Hannibal Lecter in the evil that this guy does, you can kind of see why. Like, you know, you can kind of understand and sympathize, if maybe not sympathize, but again, empathize with the general idea that he's taken on and the purpose of his mission.
Well, how is the expression, Chris Rock? I may not agree, but I understand. I don't condone it, but I understand.
Anti-villain and anti-hero. I'm with you, Jack. Like, so
you want to hear somebody that hasn't really got into this genre, his point of view at all, because I can tell you, I love that last part you just put on it, kids, about him being Thanos, just taking out part of the population, and it wasn't specific in who he took out in that description of the movie. One specific, he was just 50% of the population. Pop your fingers, it's gone. It's gone. And that kind of renewed the earth a little bit in a good way. And to what Kez is talking about is, you know, this is a heroes movie. Avengers, we're gonna avenge the earth and avenge anybody that tries to stop what we have going on. Guess what? What we have going on the earth, it probably is 50% of the mother efforts that need to get gone. Be honest with you, because golly, when you got Hannibal Lecters running around across the world and they empowering shit, you're talking about segueing into another genre of movies. Hannibal Lecter is perfect reason why Thanos is the hero. Get rid of them motherfuckers.
Well, again, so in real life, and I hate to say, I hate to do what I'm about to do, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You know, you could think of Thanos as maybe like a Bill Gates, right?
Population control.
You know, maybe a very similar
altruistic goals.
Very similar mission, right? Very potential similar mission if you guys follow what the kids is cooking, right? So again, it gives you this movie actually,
you can use him for an example.
Well, because of some of the platforms that they are promoting, you know, trying to save resources for those that survive and those that are weak, letting them, you know, fade away to not suck up those resources. So it may not be like, you know, snap your finger, get rid of half the population, but through pharmaceuticals and or research, maybe, you know, or starvation, you know, if half the population dies, you know, oh well.
In that regard, I can relate. Let me just take it. I'm gonna cut it a little bit. I'm gonna give you some. You're about to bleed a little bit. What if the Avengers are really displayed as these more than human people that are here for society and protection of society, and let's just say Thanos is recognizing that these ain't the people that people think they are. I'm gonna say it again. These ain't the people that people think they are. They're a cabal of heathenists, and we talking about in relation to the world that we live in right now. A bunch of heathenists, hypocrite, lying pieces of shit.
The Avengers
that the world needs to be rid of. that the world needs to be rid of in order for the world to be all right. That these people are gatekeeping the heathen. They're gatekeeping the heathens and making sure that the heathens are protected.
Okay, so
look at it that way.
I can, but that's, and I'll sort of speak to that. What you're describing is like the exact opposite of the framing of the film, right? So and you know, they go to great lengths of doing two things. The first one is he's not really targeting the Avengers. He just knows that the Avengers are his only opposition. He's targeting the entire universe, right? Without specification. The entire universe, we need 50%. Forget it. If you don't make it, you don't make it. Like tough beans, whether you're an Avenger or not an Avenger. So it's not really about them and or whether they are sort of separate from, you know, Joe regular or Bobby generic, right? Like it's not about the Avengers. And again, the flip side of this is the Avengers avenge without really understanding that, you know, like what they don't show is like maybe society was actually better off after the snap. Maybe starvation has been eradicated and there's food for everybody now, right? Like these are little things that they decide not to do. They definitely paint it as overall villainy, but they do give you a glimpse into the mind of the villain. And this particular villain might have had some general, you know, positivity about his mission.
Well,
what the mission entailed is pretty evil, though.
I think Scrolls just compelled me, and just by the way he said it, and it's only because of certain words you put in there. Scrolls, the only reason why I deleted that comment. It's not that you're not right. I'm just trying to keep right with YouTube. That's all. But he's right, and I'm gonna put it to you in a different way of saying it. And so, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about gatekeepers, and let's just say the Avengers are the gatekeepers of this disgusting society that's been protected for hundreds and hundreds of years, maybe more. Let's just say at least a few hundred years. We'll leave it there. Been protected and been setting policy for the entire planet and setting up the design of everything that we deal with today, bills and the pressure that everyday working people have to go through and shouldn't have to go through. The design of that. Let's just say the Avengers are the gatekeepers to keep these people in power so that they can keep where they are. They want to maintain their status because they like their status. And the world has fed off of people like the Avengers to keep that gatekeeping up and keeping people from knowing who the F they're protecting. And yeah, I am flipping the story on his head, kids. It's exactly opposite of what the story tells you. But that's what media does. This is mass media scripting something to make you feel sorry and make you feel protective of something you shouldn't be.
And then also remember that all of these, well, not all, because the Archer dude, he ain't had no superheroes. You know, they could have broke him in half, and I don't know how he didn't, but whatever. But all of these heroes, quote unquote, from all around the universe ended up basically working for Samuel L. What was his name?
I don't know. Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson. What was his name in the movie, kids?
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury. So who Nick Fury worked for? The government or a shadow part of the government? Who were they actually protecting? No one knew because they were following orders from Nick Fury. So if Nomad's premise of, you know, the Dark Cabal are the ones, you know, pulling Nick Fury strings, you know, the Avengers are working for them because they never knew what was going on. They just saw, oh, bad guy. Okay, we'll take them out. Okay, there's a threat there. We'll take them out. Well, Nick said to go over there. Okay, that's what we're doing. So they're just following orders, no matter how powerful across the universe they are.
So what you
don't go down the dark side now.
Don't worry about it. What both you guys are actually like where you've gone is where Marvel actually winds up going in its own, you know, in different capacities sort of down the road. So not the Avengers, you know, and that's not their role here. There is an angle to which you speak here, Trip, with regards to specifically Nick Fury. Nick Fury is the, you know, he is the government arm of all this, and he put them all together. And down the road, part of, like, you know, the comic book version of Civil War, which is, I believe, the Avengers movie before Infinity, is a lot closer to what you just described. It's really, the Civil War is really between the government mandating some stuff and certain Avengers falling in line with that government mandate versus how it's really meant to scrutinize against the world. And then a sect of, you know, Avengers under the same pretense leave the fold and they wind up clashing, right? A much more similar situation. And then to Nomad's point, you know, you sort of describing them as a cabal, you know, again, that's not really how this film goes, but the cabal idea does wind up existing in Marvel Comics, and there's a group of heroes / villains that they call the Illuminati. And I'll tell you who those heroes and villains are. It's an odd group. It's Professor Xavier, the Black Panther, Namor, who was the Submariner, Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four, smartest man on Earth, and Tony Stark, Loki, Doctor Doom. The Beast from the X-Men also winds up joining in some capacity too. Now, that group, basically, they come to know that these events are happening that are basically putting the entire universe in jeopardy. And they take it among themselves to deal with this thing, regardless as to what the government says or, you know, the people's knowledge of the situation, period. And basically what they have to do, what they learn they have to do, is actually blow up parallel Earths in other dimensions. Because other dimensions are crashing into ours and will eventually take over our dimension or cause two Earths to collide and both of the planets blow up.
Like two black holes colliding with each other?
So, like, imagine a single black hole with one-dimensional Earth and our Earth being sucked into the black hole from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
They collide and there is no Earth anymore. They destroy. So, like, what winds up happening is the Illuminati blows up the other Earth. And in many cases, they wind up going to the other Earth, meeting themselves and be like, yo, y'all, we're going to collide. We got to blow your planet up. And then they fight with themselves and wind up blowing up that planet and coming back to save ours. And they continually do this, and they're starting to get to the point where they're like, yo, like, we are unaliving billions of people on a planetary scale to save our planet. We're not good guys anymore, really. We're gods, right? Like, we're deciding the fate of entire planets, and this is crazy because once the Earth is destroyed in that dimension, the entire dimension is destroyed because the Earth is the center of that dimension, right?
So
at least that's the comic book theory. But there's these general ideas that you're sort of, this is why I love comics. These general ideas that you're sort of postulating come to the minds of these comic book creators, and they throw it into these books for you to sort of read and get a general level of speculation on. And it's quite cool the way that they put it together. So that Illuminati was in, what's the movie? What was the Illuminati in?
Well, that's enough of that word.
Can't remember. Well, it's why there's nothing wrong with the word Illuminati. It's a word.
That's a trigger word,
man. It's from, we're talking about comics. Damn it!
I know that. I'm just saying it is.
You know what I mean? I'm telling YouTube now.
I can't do nothing about that.
I'm telling YouTube. That is the that's the. There's actually there's actually a movie where they bring in a bunch of characters, including Professor Xavier, and it's Doctor Strange, the last Doctor Strange movie. They actually bring the Illuminati in and give them a little bit of an understanding as to what this group or this cabal is all about. And so it's in the Doctor Strange film just as much, as far as the idea that you were putting together, that cabal idea of heroes or anti-heroes. Similar scenario.
I'd say this, man, just to try to round this out. I see through movies now, and especially big productions and where big money is spent. I don't see them as just a movie. I see them as precursors, if that makes any sense to anybody listening to my voice. See them as precursors to, maybe the struggle, turmoil of what. And you can't really look at the Avengers, the comic, and what they brought to the screen. It's absolutely powerful, and I never was into these movies. I like Thor now. I like what's the other movies where they got the talking raccoon? I like that movie. I like the series Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I love all those things, and I never was into these movies until recently. Like when my girlfriend's mother was here, and she just loved the imagery and all the lights and the flashing and all the stuff that comes with it. She just got at where her mind was. She totally got into this stuff, and we'd have to sit there and watch those movies over and over again. I love Thor when he got into a fight on a rainbow kind of
on the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, it's a rainbow bridge, and the music that came with it and all that shit, and the graphics that came with that stuff. I was like, oh shit, this is dope. That's kind of what locked me in. And that's like the first one that I saw. To be honest with you, I hadn't seen any of the Avengers. Any of them. And so that got me into it. You got what's his name from the UK? He's playing a certain character. Like
Idris Elba, you're talking
Idris
about.
Elba is playing that role. You got all these other actors, and the whole thing is dope. That movie was dope on screen. That Thor movie was dope.
They've done a good job, and like I said, they've selected some of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the comics, that comic book series is so well written, it's super hilarious, and they did a really good job of bringing it to the silver screen. And I can understand why folks really resonate with that, with that particular series. The Avengers it's not funny. It's very much very similar to what you actually get in the theater. But I think that the overarching point here is this movie is a bit of a normalization or a rationale behind, the hoarder class or the elite class potentially getting rid of us. So that's really the overarching theme, and giving us, the viewer, a look at the mind of the elite and why they might not want to have us around. So
hey, I'm with you on that, Patrick. Leave the World Behind is something we'll talk about soon, but I don't know if these two guys seen that movie, but that is
never heard of it.
I've never heard of that movie either. I'll have to maybe
I'd say go watch that.
Okay.
Go watch that as soon as you can.
I'm gonna ask you too if you ever, and this is got nothing to do with the topic, but it's a movie that I need us to do at some point. Y'all ever see the movie Moving?
Who's in it?
Richard Pryor.
Oh yeah. With the truck and he made the end at the end with the big fat guy. Yeah.
All right.
Butterball.
It was actually King Kong Bundy, but
whatever. What I'm talking about.
I do. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about. So one of these days that's one of my favorite comedy movies of all time, and we gotta find some time to discuss the movie, because most folks actually don't know about this movie. It's not one of Richard Pryor's more popular films, but it's definitely one of my favorite movies of all time, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All
King
right.
Kong Bundy, the wrestler. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Let's
he kicked King Kong Bundy's ass.
let's close the show this way, man. And you can give some pleasantries if you want to, but I'm gonna lead this close with this. We talked about Avengers Endgame at the very end of the show. We were talking about movie reviews, and before that, we were talking about The Silence of the Lambs. And the contrast between those two things couldn't be more stark. Very, very different, but very poignant in their own ways. I'll just say that. And I just want to say this, man. You're talking about Avengers Endgame. Start thinking about the society that you live in now. I don't care where you are in the world. You're definitely feeling what's going on right now in the world. And we don't have to get into politics about it. It's just regional, let's just say, bureaucracy right now going on right now, and people trying to force their will on another people. And there's also a religious aspect that's going on with it. You know, people trying to pretend to be some kind of chosen people and trying to force their will on a whole other group that's been present for hundreds of thousands of years.
Back in the
You know,
Crusades.
Yeah. And you're just gonna supplant yourself into that role of, oh, we're the good people in the world and everybody else must be evil kind of mindset. And I'm not being political about it. I'm just being real about it. And we're on the verge of something really bad if people don't speak up about it and use their platform to speak about it and not get into politics. It's just talk about it in general if you want. But this is really bad, man. Really, really bad. Trips?
Oh, are we talking about that or are we signing off?
We were signing off and talking about that to sign off.
Yeah, I mean, it's when people say you care about these things or don't care about these things, that's not always accurate because a lot of people care, but it's like, what can you do? You know, you say, well, you vote, and it's like, cool, all right, in 6 months we'll do that. But until then, what do you do? Protest or, you know what I mean? It's like, so with all the responsibilities that we have in our daily lives, and what do you do? Because you care about what's happening around the world, but you know what I mean? So it's not like we can change anything right away or drastically, or some of us at all. But as long as I think we keep the mindset that, yeah, we know the difference between right and wrong, and you keep doing the right, and you don't, you know, Thanos the ones doing wrong, you don't silence silence of the lambs, the ones doing wrong, you know, we got to figure out how to work with them or not. But it's a very precarious situation that we are living in right now. And as some people have said on the interwebs, we are living in one of the stupidest timelines, you know, to tie it back into the Avengers. So, you know, with all that said, you know, you keep your head up, you know, you watch your six, you know, you watch your back, you take care of your neighbors where you can, you know, you take care of yourself and physically, but don't sleep on the mental health, because with all of the shit going on in the world, it's very draining mentally, and and that can put you in a spiral of darkness that, you know, we spoke about earlier, that is not healthy for anyone. So yeah, we want to make sure that our voices are heard in a legal, peaceful manner where possible. So yeah, just, you know, keep up the good fight, if you will, for lack of a better words of encouragement. And, you know, just call out the bullshit where you see the bullshit, and don't let the hypocrisy or the the alternative facts, fog your vision for what reality is and what we think the world should be. And so we keep working, we keep striving, we keep doing our thing, but every day try to make the world a better place. Kids.
I ain't touching none of that. I'll be the good soldier today. Long story short, we got into anti-heroes today, and it's kind of an interesting view. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are children. Some of them need discipline. All of them need discipline. Some of them have crazy ideas that might potentially be for everyone's good, but they go about it the wrong way. Maybe they're misunderstood. Maybe they should be avenged. I don't know. But that's kind of what we got into today. The one thing I want to say is a lot of the time in movies like this, they're showing us stuff that they want us to sort of think about and have an understanding of without telling us what it is. And I tried to make, I tried to point out exactly what that was with respect to Avengers Endgame. As far as Silence of the Lambs is concerned, geez, I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to say, but maybe it was just, let's take a look into the mind of an evil genius. And that's kind of what I think about that particular film. But moving back to the Bears, we gonna see what we gonna see when the draft is done. I think that's the only thing that we can say right now. Some folks are super happy. Some folks are, okay with it. Other folks are on the fence. Again, once the draft is done, we'll have a much clearer understanding as to what Ryan Poles is really trying to do. And, for all intents and purposes, let's just hope that we come out of all this better, right? With all that said, big shout outs to all you guys in the chat. David Larson, The Scrolls, Patrick Higgins, AC Adam, BT9. Who else was out there? Carter Slade. There's a ton of folks. Oh, Chris Foster jumped in for a minute. Good old Jack was here. I'm not going to say the front part, Jack. You know what it is. How We Are Bears. Mutt Greer. The Black Echo. Daniel Barris. Yo, shout out to all you guys. 2010 Rogers. Thank you guys for coming through. Mike Donnelly County as well. You guys are super interactive tonight, and we appreciate that. One more time, give us a like, share, subscribe. Bunch of love for the 3 channels here. We triple stream every Wednesday and every Sunday. And that's right there at Sports Chicago Style, right there at the Nomad Network, and right here at Keds and Canuck on YouTube. Thanks a million, you guys. See you next week. See you Sunday.
Amen to that, man. And you guys, thank you for being here. Patrick Higgins, Scrolls, David Larson, everybody at Keds just mentioned. I don't need to say that again. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, man, just for being you and being here and being a part of what we do. It's special because we're able to go through all these different subject lines and have all these different conversations, and you guys receive us. It's incredible, man. And it's just going to get better, man. And the Bear stuff, I am definitely more reserved with what I think about what's going on than probably most people, I guess, because my perspective is just wait and let's see what it is when it's done being put together and they start to really shape the thing like it's supposed to be. Right now, it's just too incomplete for me to be really up in arms about any of it. It's just not at that point. No. Wait until they put some other pieces together and see what they got shaking. We'll see. It could be some financial constraints that could be keeping them from, really acting the way they want to act. I'm definitely over the whole Max Crosby thing. If we got him, we get him. That's it.
You saying that watch them sign him tomorrow?
No.
Yeah, for that third round pick and a motivated Dale, they better take that and be happy.
Man, what did y'all? That's one thing.
All I had to do was say Max Crosby, and y'all interrupted my close.
Sorry, brother. It's just one thing we didn't talk about here today. What did y'all think about that whole Dale chat?
What? What are you talking about, man?
Oh, you missed it?
What?
Oh, damn. Sorry, brother. So Dale Dangbo was with the media at some point this week. I think it might have been today or maybe yesterday. And we have ourselves a motivated Dale who does not care about stats. And that was more or less, in a nutshell, what he said.
Don't blame him. Don't blame him.
I don't see how you can blame him. He has no stats.
But he's motivated. So
what do you see? One of these days, real soon, I'm talking about in the next season, somebody's going to do something. Let me tell you guys something. When it comes to defensive linemen and offensive linemen, stats is just what your average fan, when I say average, I mean average, and I don't mean that in a slight, but your average fan would think is like that's the measure of that human being. Like they don't see the rest of the stuff that goes on play in and play out. I'm tired of talking about it. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, he didn't get but so many sacks, or he didn't. Man, shut the fuck up, man. I'm sick of listening to that bullshit. He's right. All them stats don't mean shit. It's just I got a sack and I got 15, 14, 13 of them, and I can say I got that many of them. But how many plays in and play out is he affecting the play? And that, most people are too fucking lazy to fucking understand, and I'm sick of fucking going through that with people.
Well, yeah, but you look at the defensive ends that got paid, and what do you notice about them?
Great
they got sack numbers.
Great form. That's the financial aspect of it. But I'm talking about X's and O's. Who can help the Bears is what we're talking about.
Here's what I'm talking about. I don't think there's any proof with respect to X's and O's of Dale Dangbo doing anything either.
All right.
So, we can just leave it. We could leave it there and understand why he's not a fan of the stats.
Y'all got to understand.
I ain't saying you're wrong. Bear with me. I'm not saying you're wrong in a general statement.
It gets on my fucking.
But with that specific player,
I don't say it as much as I should, but I'm gonna express it right now. That shit gets on my fucking nerves.
Well, it gets on fans' fucking nerves when Ryan Poles signs a guy for $15 million who ain't got no stats, and then he's immediately out. And now that's not Ryan Poles' fault he got hurt. It's not Dale's fault he got hurt.
He ain't got no stats. What the fuck does that mean? God.
Well, here's what Kez was referring to.
Here's kind of a translation of what it means. It means he played a couple of games, got hurt, and signed a $20 million a year deal. So there's no, even if we're talking about X's and O's with this particular player, there's nothing to refer to.
I'm giving you Dio energy.
I know what you're saying. And like I'm saying, I'm actually in agreement with what you're saying in general. As a general statement, stats aren't the measure of the man. It's actually really what he's doing on the field. There's many different ways of looking at it. If you're handling the edge secure, you're keeping the edge secure, there's no stat there, right? Like there's different ways of looking at this. And I fully understand what you're saying. But with respect to this particular player, we can't even say that.
Dog, so oh God. I will never be able to convince y'all. I will never.
Well, no, until he does it on the field, it's all just
of somebody's work, especially you, Trip, of somebody's work that doesn't have a certain numerical value to it. I will never be able to convince you of that. If you ain't convinced by now with all the talking I've done after all this time.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. But
we don't have to have a numerical value to your stats to be an impact player on anybody's team.
Yeah, we get that. But the thing is, to be paid the way he's paid, we need more production, and that production can be quantified with sacks.
What's he getting paid?
15, 20 mil a year.
He's taking a good chunk of the cap right now, like a good chunk.
And so far, you haven't seen $15, $20 million a year worth of production, right?
No.
He was hurt. I think
you feel strong enough that we should just say Ixnay on him.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we can't depend on him because we ain't seen shit to depend on.
Okay. I understand that. He got hurt midway through the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why that's partly why I'm saying there's no, if I'm to step away from stats and say, all right, scheme and setting the edge, there's only a couple of games to look at. Meanwhile, we can't really make the machinations required for this team to be successful because he's got that big chunk of cash dedicated to him. So let's just all hope that when he's ready to go and he's back on the field, he's a difference maker.
I can't. Hey, no maniacs. I can't help it. It gets to a point, man. Y'all see things in a numerical context. How much you're paying somebody versus how much production he gets numerically. And I can't do nothing about that mindset at this point. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And I'm going to close this motherfucking show. I tell you that because y'all, it's irritating. Oh, as a football player, you just don't know. You just don't know, man. But man, you know what? Back to
wait. No, one question before we close. No, I got a question that we're talking about, kind of about Crosby. Now, not that you've been in that position, but Max Crosby, he made that goodbye video. He flew all the way across the country, and it was like, yeah, we're doing this, and then the whole deal gets canceled, while the Ravens are on the phone with Hendrickson while Crosby's in the building. And now he has to go back across the country to the team that he just said goodbye to. What is that feeling like?
I just would imagine that he's just going back to square one, and maybe he needs to stay with the team in order to increase his value again. You know what I mean? Because this looks like publicly to random's eyes, all the randos out there, that he ain't worth what the compensation looked like. And in order for you to get your value back to what, I wouldn't do shit. I just go back to Vegas. I wouldn't take, because everything else is going to be beneath what the asking price was in the first place. Go back to Vegas. Just go back to Vegas and think nothing of it. And then when it's your time again, you get out there and make that shit happen. But as far as the Bears go, man, dude, I don't know why in the fuck would anybody want to even entertain this if he didn't pass a physical with all them doctors looking at him. Why in the hell would you want to do that here? Other than, Max Crosby, get the fuck out of here. Why would the Bears do that? Why?
Well, I have an answer.
You don't. You ain't seen Max Crosby post this fucking injury?
The simple answer I have, and it ain't the greatest answer. What you're saying, it does not, make what you're saying irrelevant. The simple answer is they were pushing pretty hard for 2 first-round picks. What if you can get Max Crosby for, what did you say, Trip? A Deo and a 3?
A Deo or a Dexter and a 3.
Might not be quite the compensation that they were discussing before. So that this does not negate his possible and potential injury situation or rehab situation. Mind you, you may be able to invest in a player that you've seen perform at an elite level for pennies on the dollar with respect to what you had already offered a little while ago. So you might be able to get him for a lot less capital, and if that's the case,
and because this is also a question.
First of all, it's Deo,
whatever, man. What the hell?
Well, but the question is, there's a understanding that Crosby just had surgery on his meniscus, so everybody around the league, medical wise, understood that right now he's not like physically able to play. So the thing is, the example like Roberto Garza's contract got canceled. Then he came here to the Bears, and the medical staff cleared him and he played, had a good career. So, maybe the Hallis Hall medical staff is willing to sign off where the Ravens wouldn't for 2 first-round picks, whereas like, all right, for a third or or a player or not that high a draft capital, it's worth the try, the swing.
You know what this is similar to? This is similar to the Larry Ogunjobi original signing that Ryan Poles did up front when he first got here. He signed Larry Ogunjobi to a big money contract, brought him in. The medicals didn't jive, and he backed out of the deal, which led Larry Ogunjobi to Pittsburgh, I believe, at a much lower contract case scenario. It was much smaller money for Larry and for that deal to actually go through. So, just similar conversations, similar things. Very possible that, again, now that he's sort of fallen out of favor with regards to the Ravens deal, maybe we can get him a little bit less expensive.
Well, maybe not, because he's not a goddamn fit.
Well,
we don't need a third down pass rusher, or do we?
He plays like
$40 million a year, damn near.
He plays. It'd be closer, anyways. He plays all the downs.
I agree with Nomad on that part. That as great as a player that Crosby is, he's on the back end of his career.
Oh, God.
So that's why I would not want to offer 2 first-round picks or a first-round pick for him. But something later, sure. But Vegas is not gonna just sell for pennies on a dollar just to sell, I don't think. So it's like, yeah, I'm good with passing on him, but it's just the way the whole thing went down is just like, what the hell are we doing, NFL?
Okay, let me before we gotta
Ravens
this, but I gotta say this, man. Okay, your average 3-4 edge rusher is about Max Crosby size, maybe sometimes bigger. You can get them from 235, 230, 235 up to about 260, 265. You can get them from anywhere from that way. That's the standard for a 3-4 edge rusher. In the 4-3 system, they start at about 260, 265. Right? To understand that, I'm not trying to get anybody off the sniffing trail of Max Crosby. It's just perspective. And just the trend and the history of Dennis Allen. There's no player in the history of Dennis Allen that I think he'd probably say, you know what? I quit. If you can't even listen to that part of it, like that's not an edge rusher for me. We need to stop the run first. So if Max Crosby came here, he would be primarily a pass rushing edge rusher for $40-something million a year.
Yeah, because, that's a lot.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you guys perspective of why this doesn't necessarily work.
So you realize you just described Austin Booker.
Austin Booker, as
not for $40 million.
Allen said, is
I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking
he's 10
about
pounds bigger than he's 10 pounds or more bigger than Max Crosby. He says that he's a little underweight.
But also Booker did hold up against the run, when he was on the field though too.
I'm just talking about the profile that he
don't forget the premise here, man. Don't forget the premise. Don't be like these. That's just
you just said in the history of Dennis Allen, there isn't a player that fits that mold. I'm telling you that there is, and he plays for Dennis Allen right now.
I love Max Crosby, Patrick. It's just I got better sense than just because he's a popular name and he's electric on the field that the Bears are going to pay $40-something million for a pass rusher only. He's got to be able to set the edge. Plus, he's going to get hurt playing in this defense.
Well, I mean, historically, he's going to get hurt anyway.
Man, please, that shit don't work.
That's possible. But we'll see what happens. Again, I think the Bears should make some level of a of a move that the fans like, right? I think I say that out loud, but more importantly, some level of there's got to be something on this defense that strikes fear in the hearts of man. I keep saying it.
I get it,
Else,
but kids,
else
maybe
today, and
there's
if
a
you're
reason
saying
why.
it's not, if you're saying that's not Max Crosby, maybe it's not Max Crosby, but they got to do something.
No, they don't.
So no fear. No.
Well, I mean, maybe not. You're looking at one guy to strike fear.
No,
maybe
it could
they're
be
trying to
4
build
guys.
a defense
It-
that
It could be
all
4 guys.
11 strike fear.
It could be 11 guys. But right now, do you believe that these 11 guys today strike fear in the hearts of men?
No, because they're not done with it.
Fair. So let's hope that they get there.
So
so no maniacs, whether it be on at the Nomad Network or at Kids of Canuck or at Sports Chicago Style, Nomad has been breaking down a lot of the prospects in the draft. Free agency has not come and gone because it's still here, but the first wave has come and gone, and now it's coming more and more clear of a vision of the positions of need in this draft. And so, as we continue forward and we do like mocks and stuff like that, we'll try different positions, first and see what kind of players are possible that we are looking at or that the front office is looking at, for the draft that's coming up at the end of April. And so all 3 networks, make sure you are scheduling your draft weekend to hang out with us here as we do the live call, and every prospect that walks across the stage, we'll break it down for whatever team. And this is some of the content that we got coming up aside from the Sunday nights of Nomad at Night and the Wednesday nights, which is today, of some extra sauce. So big up to all y'all, and I'm good. So kids.
No, we already did all that. Now
We did, man. I'm good.
Oh,
Nomad,
right.
shut her down. Peace, y'all.
I don't know who or what player everybody was smoking all the stuff on in the last couple 2-3 years, but since we've been doing the podcast every single offseason, there's that guy, and if we don't get that guy, all hell, we done. We're done. But I'm tired of listening to that. I really am, and I ain't talking about these 2 guys here. I'm talking about the entire fan base. We get so keyed up on a particular guy or 2 that ain't nothing good gonna happen if we don't get that particular guy or 2. And not seeing the big picture, I don't think I can do it better than I've been doing it. Just like it's more to it than that. It's more to it than a player or 2 that you're gonna spend all that money on with a quarterback that's gonna come into a contract soon. You know what I mean? It's just all kinds of stuff going on. There's gonna be opportunity later in this free agent period for some guys. And then there's also some trade opportunity that could be going on that we don't know about. Whatever those trades are, but there's reasons why the Bears are kind of stepping lightly. And I'm just trying to, keep that picture in profile. Keep that picture in your mind that the Bears are doing things and we just don't know exactly what they are. And even though you don't feel quite right about what's been going on so far, doesn't mean that the plan ain't right. There's finances that goes with this. There's 2 and 3, 4 years, 5 years down the line in trajectory that they're thinking about. And so it ain't just about satisfying the fan base and making sure they're satiated. It's not that. I'm not going to be like every other podcast that wants to, there's a chance for Max Crosby. Let me make a podcast. Let me make a video. Fuck that. Nope. Not here for it. Not here for it. If they do it, they do it. That means that they're thinking something I'm not thinking. But I don't see it. Just don't. But that's okay. We'll be fine anyway. If you've known anything else about what this team can put together with the limited resources they had in one freaking offseason and damn near got us to the Super Bowl, if you can't trust them now, What's your problem? Is it personal? You just want to get a certain player for your own gratification? What is it? Trust these dudes. The picture is incomplete. It's incomplete. Let them put this offseason together. Let them put this draft together, and let's see what it looks like post that. Be cool. I know the offseason ain't winning for you, but be cool, man. Let them put this thing together, man. We're going to be all right. I'll leave you with this, man. In the end part of this show, when we was talking about the world and the nature of societies that we have and that's been built, there's truth, a lot of truth to the fact that we are protecting a bunch of filthy ass people, and they run governments. And that's just being honest. Leaving politics out of it, we are protecting a bunch of filthy ass people that run governments and huge businesses. Hence, while we're in the situation that we are, these people have no scruples, man. They will plunge this world into chaos if you don't get more alert about all of it. And I just want to leave you with that. And that's probably the least I can say before I leave you with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.